ใครหน้าไหนก็ขวางเราไม่ได้
未来终有一天，腾龙还会杀回来的。
这是让所有人再次看清我们的机会。
数えきれないほどの昼夜を僕らは乗り越えてきた。全ては悔いのない夏をつかみ取るために。
The phoenix doesn't rise without fire. We've waited long enough. Let's go. Make them remember us.
아직 아무도 우리의 진짜 힘을 보지 못했습니다. 하지만 곧 모두가 알게 될 것입니다.
Mengejar para pesaing terkuat, lalu mengungguli mereka sudah sifat alami kami.
In warfare, there's only one language. Forward. We came from half a world away for one thing. That trophy.
次なるより大きな戦場へ向かおう。
等待时机，快速出刀。
이제 우리의 목표는 단 하나입니다.
在主场将冠军之名重塑。
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority: protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home. That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but here I'm gonna say, I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain, I'll find my power inside on the day I fall. Unbreakable, unshakable, unbreakable, unshakable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Show some respect.
Ready to fight, wanna survive, I got that lust in me. Staying alive and skipping the line, I'm the only queen bee. Is that enough respect for you?
TXT， 他们真的是最值得尊敬的对手。
ทุกก้าวของเราเป็นดั่งกระแสน้ำที่รุนแรง ใครหน้าไหนก็ขวางเราไม่ได้
未来终有一天，腾龙还会杀回来的。
这是让所有人再次看清我们的机会。
数えきれないほどの昼夜を僕らは乗り越えてきた。全ては悔いのない夏をつかみ取るために。
The phoenix doesn't rise without fire. We waited long enough. Let's go. Make them remember us.
아직 아무도 우리의 진짜 힘을 보지 못했습니다. 하지만 곧 모두가 알게 될 것입니다.
Mengejar para pesaing terkuat, lalu mengungguli mereka sudah sifat alami kami.
In warfare, there's only one language: forward. We came from half a world away for one thing: that trophy.
次なるより大きな戦場へ向かおう。
等待时机， 快速出刀。
이제 우리의 목표는 단 하나입니다.
在主场将冠军之名重塑。
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority, protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home! That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Show some respect!
Ready to fight, wanna survive. I got that lust in me. Staying alive and skipping the line. I'm the only queen.
Is that enough respect for you?
TXT， 他们真的是最值得尊敬的对手。
ทุกก้าวของเราเป็นดั่งกระแสน้ำที่รุนแรง ใครหน้าไหนก็ขวางเราไม่ได้
未来终有一天，腾龙还会杀回来的。
这是让所有人再次看清我们的机会。
数えきれないほどの昼夜を僕らは乗り越えてきた。全ては悔いのない夏をつかみ取るために。
The phoenix doesn't rise without fire. We waited long enough. Let's go. Make them remember us.
아직 아무도 우리의 진짜 힘을 보지 못했습니다. 하지만 곧 모두가 알게 될 것입니다.
Mengejar para pesaing terkuat, lalu mengungguli mereka sudah sifat alami kami.
In warfare, there's only one language: forward. We came from half a world away for one thing: that trophy.
次なるより大きな戦場へ向かおう。
等待时机，快速出刀。
이제 우리의 목표는 단 하나입니다.
在主场将冠军之名重塑。
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI. Priority: protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home. That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am the storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakable. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Show some respect!
Ready to fight, you wanna survive. I got that lust in me. Staying alive and skipping the line. I'm the only queen bee.
Is that enough respect for you?
真的是最值得尊敬的对手。
ทุกก้าวของเราเป็นดั่งกระแสน้ำที่รุนแรง ใครหน้าไหนก็ขวางเราไม่ได้
未来终有一天，腾龙还会杀回来。
这是让所有人再次看清我们的机会。
数えきれないほどの昼夜を僕らは乗り越えてきた。全ては悔いのない夏をつかみ取るために。
The phoenix doesn't rise without fire. We waited long enough. Let's go. Make them remember us.
아직 아무도 우리의 진짜 힘을 보지 못했습니다. 하지만 곧 모두가 알게 될 것입니다.
Afternoon or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome into Delta Force Invitational Warfare 2026. It is Grand Finals Day. One single best of 5 to determine who will be the champion of this incredible event. I'm Goj, this is Vivid. We've been having a blast casting all of the games. We've casted like 14 matches at this point. It has been utter chaos, but we have 2 teams left. Vivid, walk me through this insane competition.
Like Goes was mentioning, this is a 5-day competition. Our past 4 have been filled with upsets, they've been filled with excitement, and they've been filled with domination. And when I say the word domination, I'm specifically talking about the team of LT. Take a look at that upper bracket run. Undefeated in terms of winning out some of these series. RRQ yesterday were able to do what felt like the unthinkable. Take one singular map off of them, but LT prevailed. They find themselves here in the grand finals. And by the way, you want to talk about a revenge arc. I mentioned that upper bracket run. One of their first 2-0s from LT was actually up against HAN, and they were forced to make this lower bracket run.
Well, looking back on yesterday, we got a chance to go through upper bracket finals and lower bracket finals, and here are your top performers in each of those matchups. Now, many of these will be back on stage today, but I want to shout out Mauza from RRQ. Listen, this RRQ roster that just barely missed the mark and ends up falling in 3rd place is a special, special team, and Mauza was a difference maker for this roster in the engineering category. These are like the top stats in a single game. 159 engineering score for this guy is ridiculous. Yes, that includes repairs, but this dude was blowing vehicles up left, right, and center. It was a nutty way to wrap up yesterday. Here's a look, by the way, at what's going to be happening today. And I think what's fun to talk about with HAN and LT is that I feel like a lot of folks think LT will be the winner, but you and I both have agreed that HAN will at least pick up a couple maps or maybe just one.
Yeah. I think everybody could agree. I think me and Gosh could agree that I wouldn't be surprised with any result today, I feel like. You know what I mean? These 2 teams are so evenly matched. Let's take a look at how things are actually going to be going down. The randomly drawn maps yesterday after Cyclone was banned and Ascension was banned. We got Fault and we got Threshold. Now, I think something that's going to, we're obviously kind of getting into who's going to win. I think one of the things that's going to play a big part of this is who's actually starting on the attack.
Yeah.
And LT is going to be starting on the attack on Fault.
Yeah, it's a good shout. Well, let's take a look at some of the stats. This is the performance of each of these teams in the attacking side versus the defensive side. I mean, first of all, can we just say 100% win rate is a good win rate? It can't get any better. It is the win rate.
Okay, thank you.
Insane stuff from LT there to win every single time. And they've only lost, one map, and it was on the attacking side. They end up having a 75% win rate there. I think the average attack duration is actually the stat that is the most disparity between these 2 teams, and therefore tells the most story about what they're able to accomplish. HAN kind of grits and grinds their way through attacks. LT is putting up, and again, 27 minutes may sound like not that fast to you all at home. You got to remember, LT's basically only been playing the big maps, all these super long maps. They played a ton of Cyclone, right? Some of these maps that go all the way, we've had 50-minute maps or rounds on a Cyclone map. And so this attack time of 27 minutes is actually very impressive for them, and having on average 90 remaining lives when they finish their attacking side. Pretty impressive stuff. Obviously, all of these stats all compiled to these averages. And so HAN, they have 70 8 average remaining lives, but we do need to remember that in one of their matchups, I think they had like 172 or something against RBN on Ascension, where Sarajin put up a performance of a lifetime. So averages don't tell the whole story, but I think it is fun to kind of compare these two teams in stats as we get into their first matchup. We did see it, of course. This is a best of 5. I've mentioned that a couple times. For those that aren't super familiar with esports in general, what that means is a team has to win 3 total rounds. When they win 3 rounds, it is over. So you will assuredly see both maps. You will see our first map, Fault, and then you will see Threshold, which we have not seen Threshold in this entire competition. We may only see it for one singular map if it is a 3-0, one round even, not even a back and forth. But it is exciting that when we hit Threshold, we will have hit every single map in our map pool finally once we get there in the grand finals.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. Let's go ahead and jump into the team names. If you've been watching the competition, you of course know who's a part of both of these teams. But as a quick reminder, leading the charge here for the side of LT, it's going to be 78 Dog, and backing him up is of course going to be Ian, PZ Dog, and 88 Dog. But obviously, we're going to go through the list. We're going to be talking about some of the standout performers for this team. I mean, Lien, Lazy, Yujan, that whole squad really. You wouldn't be surprised if you see all of them towards the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
But I know Goj is like itching to go ahead and say his name, so fine, I'll go ahead, I'll let you say it.
Better Zechi is in the roster under Hang, the squad leader. Down at the bottom of that squad, the second squad on your list, folks, if you're just tuning in for the grand finals, I need to warn you, this guy is different.
Nasty.
He has one role on this team. He is their jet pilot. We are starting on Fault. Both teams will have a jet on Fault. You know it. You love it. It's dogfight time. And Better Zechi is going to be the key to their success on a map like Fault, especially on the attack. Let's take a look and highlight even more so with some statistics a couple of these top players. Of course, 78 Dog is in the conversation for the best commander in the game right now, into the grand finals, leading the team effectively. These ranks are based on the entirety of the competition against all players that are here. That's like 20 players plus subs on 8 teams. Quick math, that's like 60 players. I mean, that is a ton of people. To be a top 1, top 4, top 5 player in these categories is pretty impressive. Score line for LT being 55K. The fact that 78 Dog is a top 5 player in terms of score in at least a game that he's put up is pretty impressive too, because you got to remember LT attacks and defends fairly quickly compared to some of these other games that are long, drawn out, like 50-minute matches. But Ian being the #1 medic, technically speaking, at least in one game at 93 in a single map, is pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they just got all of the categories kind of locked down. In fact, again, so we know this team very, very cohesive in terms of controlling the map, the macro play, but they have the individual skill, right? That's why we see a member like PZ Dog up here with 90 kills as well, right? Rank #4.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys can just do it all, but the opposition can also kind of provably do it wrong. They're going to be led
here we go
by the man himself, Wanza. This guy has been up on stage. He's been given interviews time and time again. It's because they've been forced to win so many games, as a quick reminder, through that lower bracket run. Of course, a part of his squad, Hodu. We know her. Sarajin, we know him. He can do pretty much everything, anything you want him to, and then backed up by Hewan, of course. But that's not even what feels like the brunt force of this entire team. I mean, there's still so many more names that we have to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can't talk about HAN without talking about Artyom. This is the top slayer. He is the GOAT. He is, when it comes to infantry-based maps and a team or a player that you need to step up for your team, you talk about Artyom. I mean, the whole squad is really strong. You'll oftentimes see this whole squad of Johan, Artyom, RU1B, and Chang G1 as kind of the MVP squad when they win, because they put up so much score and so many kills. I mean, here's Artyom himself, 81 total kills, rank 5 overall. Wanza does pick up the #1 top score in the entire competition at well over 60,000 score in a single game. That was one of the long, drawn-out grudge matches, but still, Wanza is a very good commander. You heard him on stage in an interview. You mentioned that we've heard from him several times because they have played so many games now, having to play through the lower bracket. One thing Wanza said is that he is a commander that is not afraid of taking risks. I love that moniker for him. He is a risk taker. A commander that is willing to take risks while also leading the team effectively. is able to make really big plays, and he has made some fantastic plays. We even saw it in their crazy time-capped game against RRQ, where Wansa went huge for his team by taking a big risk. But of course, Stax is worth mentioning as well. I mean, 146 engineering score from Yang is a whole nother story, but Stax is worth mentioning as well because Stax is the helicopter operator for this roster, which will come into effect when we're talking about Fault. So watch out for Stax in the air and likely Sarah Jane in the gunner seat. But who knows, man? We could see people move all over the place. We got to talk predictions, though, and this is where the rubber meets the road, folks. No more bias casters. It is about trying to predict what is happening in this competition. And you and I have both agreed. I hate to say it. I agree with Vivid. We both agreed LT will win. Disagree a little bit on how many maps HAN is taking. What's your reasoning for your take here?
I actually want to go ahead and make a quick note. You're talking about agreement. I did see over your shoulder, by the way, there is a simultaneous Chinese broadcast going on, right?
Yeah.
And I think there's like 5 members of the Chinese talent. I got a quick little peek over your shoulder. All of them had LT as well.
Really?
For the
Okay.
winning results.
Okay.
So all in favor, all in agreement here in Wuhan, China. And I can almost guarantee you the crowd is also going to be in agreement as well. So it's going to start to get loud when LT, especially when LT hit the stage and start to win some of these games. But I mean, yeah, 3-1 is what kind of like feels right to me. I feel like HAN are going to put up a fight on one of these maps. I think their best chance is probably going to be taking Threshold. I think
Sure,
LT will
when we
go
swap
back
over.
to back on Fault, and then I think they'll take Threshold, and then I think they'll inevitably lose in round 4.
We'll talk more whenever these players come out in their intros. After that's over, we'll get to hype up a couple of these other people, but I do want to mention the conversation of the Jets, right? We have to talk about dogfighting, folks. Watch out for Ghost, who's joining HAN players walking onto the stage.
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am the storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside of the pain. Unbreakable, unshakeable. Unbreakable, unshakeable. Walk the fire, I don't burn. The lesson that the world has learned. My skin is steel, my will is stone. I'm standing on this violent throne. No looking back, no turning round. I'm rising up from off the ground. The scars I bear are trophies now. I never break, I'll never bow. So high, watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. I am invincible, I am the storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside of the pain. I am invincible, I am the storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, champion, I'm the king. Listen to the victory sing. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm. Breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside of the pain. Unbreakable, unshakeable. Oh, 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 oh. Unbreakable, unshakeable. Oh, oh. 'Cause I am invincible. Unbreakable, unshakeable. Unbreakable, unshakeable. Unbreakable, unshakeable. Oh, oh. Oh, oh.
其实面对去年的失利，首先我们肯定是觉得猝不及防的，那就我们就吸取经验、吸取教训，然后今年拿回来。
AJA 也没筹码了，完了，恭喜了你们，太恭喜了！
한 팀은 처음부터 계속 지금까지 성장해 나가고 있는 팀입니다.
이름이 한이에요, 팀이. 근데 한 팀이 돼야 다 같이 움직여야 승리할 수 있다고 생각합니다.
，H N 成功的打赢了这一波步兵的绞肉，足以让 H N 摧毁异列了。
对手也会变强，我们也要不断变强。
因为这么多人都是在支持我们，我们一定把冠军留在中国。
단단한 것도 계속 두들기면 부서진다는 걸 보여주겠다는 마음으로 하겠습니다.
看看我们是最强的矛，还是他们是最好的盾。
老陈，加油！
Unbreakable, unshakeable.
If that doesn't get you hyped for this matchup, I don't know what will. My goodness, what an introduction to the grand finals today, folks. We have two teams that have certainly earned their place here in the grand finals, and the winner will be the champion. In second place, it may feel good to some, but to either of these teams, man, they don't care anything about the prize pool. They don't care anything about what's going on up in the crowd, which is extremely loud and fully filled out and literally an arm's reach away. All they care about is being the champion. I'm pumped.
Yeah, I am pumped as well. The entire crowd seemingly roaring for the side of LT. I mean, as it is to be expected. But one thing I do want to go ahead and note right there, one of those pieces featured a little bit of a quote from HAN. It mentioned HAN is a team that has obviously had a ton of growth. The one thing that we're going to have to see here over the course of the day is a giant growth spurt from just a couple of days ago. Remember, LT was a team that took HAN down and forced them into the lower bracket. So, again, growth has had to have happened over the past couple of days. They've got a big task ahead of them.
Well, it's funny to talk about it that way because you don't oftentimes get a competition of this caliber that spans 5 days. But what you certainly don't get often is a repeat of the very first match that we played in the competition on day one. We have it again now in the grand finals, folks. What we're talking about is what we talked about on the bracket, that HAN and LT faced off in the first best of 3 of this entire competition, and map 1 went to double overtime. Ridiculous way to start the competition. It sets the tone. We've said this several days now, but today in the grand finals, you're right. HAN kind of got beat pretty handedly. Yes, there were some tiebreakers, but it was a 2-0 in a best of 3. In a best of 5, going down a couple maps early, a tall task to be able to drop 3 in a row if you go down 2-0. We do have different maps, though. So, yes, we call for them to have a growth spurt, but with different maps comes different plays, and it also comes, frankly, totally different strategies. We're starting Fault. I want to talk about it again because I think it's probably the most important thing that we have to talk about off rip is the Jets. It is the Jet operators. These are 2 of the only teams that actually arrived here in Wuhan, China that have dedicated Jet pilots. They only have 1 role when they step onto the stage. It means that there's a Jet that they can get inside of. So when you're talking about these 2 teams and these 2 Jet operators, you're comparing Bitterzechi and you're comparing Ghost. We've seen moments of greatness from both. We've seen much more of Bitterzechi, and we have only seen Ghost kind of dominate the skies 1 time. Both teams think their pilot is the best pilot in the game right now. What's your take?
Dude, we were kind of having this conversation before we even got here today to the venue. I think it was yesterday, me and Googe were kind of talking, and I was like, dude, Fault should be a clean sweep, in my opinion, for the side of LT. Bitterzechi, I don't even know if his Jet has been destroyed yet in this competition.
It has not.
Yeah, it just hasn't. So, like,
not 1 time.
I mean, going into this, like, the guy just looks like he's going to rule the skies entirely. His tallest task will, of course, be when he's on the defensive side of Fault, because, again, he's going to be up against the Jet and the helicopter simultaneously. So, obviously, there's going to be some differences there. But, and I mean, to be fair, we haven't really seen, LT go actually head-to-head in the skies, but I mean, well, we did see it with our RRQ yesterday, but it was only for that 1 singular map, and again, he did win it.
Yeah, we didn't see both sides of it.
But with that being said, he's already proven himself head-to-head in the skies.
Listen,
you know what I'm saying? It's got to go 2-0.
What I love about this game and what I love about this mode is that you can have a guy, Ghost is in the same category, just less stats to make this seem insane. You've got a guy like Bitterzechi who is literally, if you count when he's in a Jet, he is literally like, his KD is not something that we can calculate.
Oh, yeah.
He's all like 100 and 0. Like, he has like 100 kills and 0 deaths every time he's in the Jet. It's kind of a stat line you can't see in any other game. It's very odd to talk about, but it emphasizes the point about Warfare esports in general, that every player has a role, especially on these high-value teams that have been practicing for months or even not years at this point, with a lot of returners from last competition that we casted over in Vietnam. You get a chance to see these players continue to grow and get better inside of their role and get more delineated in their role. So we talk about roles. Let's talk about helicopter operators. You talk about Stax and Sarah Jin being in the gunner seat. I think that's a huge boon for the HAN team, which means that they may win, like you mentioned, the sky battle when they're on the attack, and they do have that heli. So we could trade maps here on Fault. It is definitely possible, which a 1-1 start would be huge going into Threshold.
Yeah, this is going to be crazy stuff. I mean, I love the fact that you brought up Vietnam. By the way, the favorites in Vietnam, kind of like the resurgence here, LT. Prior to this, TL, they were the favorites at Vietnam. They stomped everybody. And then come to the grand finals, they got stomped.
Yeah.
So we have no idea how this is going to go. There are big expectations for the side of LT, but we have seen it before where the Titans have been toppled.
That's right. Gotta lock in. Gotta make sure you ice up. A quick look there, folks. We talked about it already, but just as a reminder, no matter what happens in this competition, you will not see Cyclone and you will not see Ascension. We have seen enough of both of those maps at this point through the course of the last 15 matches. But folks, it is time for the grand finals, kicking it off in Fault. We'll see a battle for the skies fairly early in this match. And in this map, you know that this first sector is going to be a little chill. Sector A on Fault, as these players load in, should be fairly relaxed. You're going to see the attackers get it fairly easily, maybe a couple bouts back and forth. But the main thing that we're going to be paying attention to on your screen right now is this lob. This AA is going to be focused on the helicopter. An early advantage from PC Dog and helicopter operators here. Those in the sky could be a detrimental failure for this. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Well, I was setting it all up, and Miang said, Coach, please stop talking. That's a big start for HAN.
Goj just gave me a death stare, guys. His eyes were a little wide. He is surprised, and I think everybody in the arena is as well. That seemed like a giant counter strat from the side of HAN, by the way. They had what felt like a strike team prepared for the flight path of the helicopter. It worked so well for the side of HAN. That's going to be great in terms of momentum for this. But now we might see A take a lot longer than it usually does as a result of that helicopter going down.
What a start. That's a big one from HAN, and actually Tae Song also picks up the assault vehicle, so not giving up A for free, usually not fully just sacrificed, but what we do know is that this A sector is nearly impossible to hold defense on, and so oftentimes the defense wants A to be captured quickly so that the attackers don't have a ton of score for what is maybe one of the hardest sectors in the game to capture, which is the B sector of Vault. As a reminder, we will go into what I call the city, go into all of the buildings across the bridge here, just off screen of our map view for the B sector, and then finish on the C sector. And in the B sector, there is so much cover, so many buildings to play in and around. It takes a long time for the attackers to move through that sector. For the attackers right now, their job is to try to farm score up in order to be prepared for the B sector while not losing too many lives. It's a balancing act. While the defense doesn't want to allow much score, but also wants to kill people if they can. So again, both of these two teams kind of teetering on a seesaw. If you see one team get a really big advantage in terms of numbers, the other team will fully back away so that that seesaw hits the ground again.
Yeah, one of the advantages a ton of the times in warfare from the attacking side is that some of these vehicles can, of course, be respawned in. This helicopter going to be getting a second chance at life here. And now the onslaught towards the sector of A from the side of LT now that they have that helicopter. Because if they capture sector A before the helicopter respawns, then boom, it will not. So they get that back, and now Ian up in the skies is going to try to go ahead and make something happen. But the longer this one kind of stays on sector A, I feel like RDM's going to continue to get more and more active. I haven't really seen his name up in the kill feed, but I don't need to see his name up in the kill feed from the side of HAN because I know that guy is always picking up frags.
Right. Running out of do-overs here for LT. But in their second helicopter and slow capping the point. They're not trying to rush cap it. I mean, there's not even hardly a green body on it. It looks like Sarah Jin's looking to get a little mixy up front. Sarah Jin will likely, I'm actually kind of surprised not to see Sarah Jin up in the gunner seat of the helicopter, frankly. That's where Sarah Jin thrived in the past, but looks like the defense are fighting back. Oh, right, duh. Sarah Jin is on the defensive side, my bad. You'll see Sarah Jin later. I'm over here getting too mixy on the breakdowns, but attacker is getting a nice early lead.
Yeah, but there was a big surgence right there from the side of LT in the kill feed. That being said, even on the back foot of that, HAN are actually putting up quite the defense right now. The progression bar is still what seems to be pretty much predominantly green, but the flush will eventually come in. And take a look at this. Miang has probably been doing this for the entirety of the game, by the way, for as long as the helicopter is, of course, going to be alive. This LAV will play a pivotal part for the defense for both of these teams when they are defending for the side of Vault right there.
Crowd reacting to some nice shots over the top by 88 Dog. I'm sure you'll probably be able to hear them at some point, especially when things get loud, but it's going to be a lot of fun.
All right, when Sector A gets captured, our eyes should be peeled towards the skies. This is the conversation that we teed up. Jet on jet, but Ian is currently camping the spawn of the jet, waiting for it to kind of come in and spawn, but HAN, they might know about this. No, they do not. Ghost is going to have a tall task ahead of him. He's going to have to survive the initial onslaught, but he does not. A great strategy from the side of LT. That's going to be a big advantage because you know if Ghost is not up in the skies defending them, who is going to be at free will to do whatever he pleases? The man who has been given so much praise, Bitter's Itchy.
Really strong play, expected play. AJN knew he would be there, just couldn't get out of there in time. Bitterzechi can do now whatever he wants in the skies for a little while, as long as this AA doesn't catch him unaware. Both the helicopter and the jet in the skies, one of them will be freed up, but maybe they're trying to get even more free. Miang down below taking a bit of damage. Going to be playing this bridge over and over again. Great play and a great moment for LT to get all of the momentum back that they need. Now, getting into the B sector, B1, B2, B1 much easier to capture, and LT are going on a big flank here to try to make a play for this lob. They know what the wind conditions are. They can get the lob down with maybe a couple of Lulu rockets. They're close enough. Yes! It lands! Snowdoes credited with the Alluru rocket finish. The flank doesn't always have to be a strike team with an 8-2-4. Just get close enough. You can add a little extra damage because you know where this thing is hiding. It's hiding under the bridge. It's easy to access by an Alluru rocket. Oh no, LT with every advantage they can get their hands on to kick off map 1. Only one moment of hope for HAN, and since then it's all but been dashed.
Big surge of momentum from the side of LT right now. As you can see, the ground vehicles are starting to join the fray as well, but a second opportunity from the side of Ghost. Again, he has to go head-to-head with the man himself, Bitterzechi, but take a look at this. Bitterzechi just never misses these shots. We have seen him in this situation before, and he wins out every single time. Ghost is going to be taken out of the skies, and he's going to be just that, a ghost.
Got him, man. That was Ghost's chance, to be honest. If you guys didn't notice, down below, Ian in the helicopter, the heli was so low, couldn't even really address the jet up above. So it was true 1v1 in the skies. Bitterzechi just hit the shots again. Out fragging in the air. Miang has picked up another lob and is back on the ground, harrying these folks down below. There's the reason Ian was so low. But another big win, and amongst that win, we're going to be paying attention to the skies because frankly it's flashy and it's fun and it's very important. But down on the ground, E1 is falling very quickly to the side of the attack. This is where the attack wants to set up their foothold. They want to establish a position on the ground that is somewhat safe, mostly safe, but also close enough to B2 for not having to run it the entire map. Yet again, Miang is low. The help of the heli over the top. Yes, got it. Looked like a freebie with the heli on the backside. They're just setting up the pinch. Too much to handle. LT in complete control.
Same exact jet angle that we saw from Bitterzechi yesterday. He knew exactly where that lob would want to go ahead and place itself. That's a part of the playbook, man. They've practiced, they've rehearsed that. All right, now it's time for myself to introduce a little bit of Hopium. We saw RRQ try to defend against LT on this exact map, in this exact situation, by the way, and they almost did it.
Yeah.
For a moment, we were up there thinking, man, they held B2 for so long, they could do it.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Again, I could talk about the nuances of Vault forever, but one of the things that's really important to talk about with Vault is that the respawn positions, oh, look at this little flank we got going on. Johan, this is going to be the strike team, by the way. We highlighted this HAN roster and their top fraggers. Johan is the leader of that squad, so you should see some respawns on him, but the only point I was making is the respawn for the defense is so close to B2 that it's super difficult at this level of competition, even with all this air superiority, to cap B2. Now, they have a lot of momentum right now, and who knows how much score the defense actually has to invest in something like an urgent redeployment, but a single urgent redeployment and a well-placed team respawn beacon, and I don't care what force you have, B2 is not falling. But a really big push right now. They're trying to make quick work of B because they know if this stalls out, it's going to get more and more difficult.
I can't lie, over that short spell that you were just talking, the feed has been absolutely empty for the side of HAN. They have not found more than like 5 kills in what feels like 60 seconds. I mean, they are just absolutely getting steamrolled right now. LT are winning everything. Obviously, it is very, very easy to quantify how well they're doing on the vehicle side of things, but hold up, HAN are trying to go ahead and answer back. That flank team is going to be coming in right now. The engineers are going to be taking out that tank destroyer. A little bit of hope for the side of HAN, and on the back foot of that, they might be able to go ahead and play the tug of war gameplay now, and that's exactly what they're doing. Take a look off into the distance towards the horizon. There's actually a big influx of HAN members making their way over towards B1. LT are going to be forced to respond.
Yeah, this is a great trade. This is something we see in every single 2-zone sectors. The tug of war begins. trading points back and forth until either the attack runs out of lives or the defense runs out of all the score that they need to be able to execute effectively, or their flank gets sniffed out. I mean, frankly, if Johan doesn't make this play, it might have been GG's. Actually, it probably is GG's. If Johan sniffed out in that rotation, whether, you know, the air superiority catches him or some player like Saxon right here who's looking for the respawn beacon on the backside of the cliff finds it fast enough, this whole play doesn't work. This is a hero play from Johan to keep things going in the B sector.
That's what's gonna make the difference against a team like LT. A whole heck of a lot hero plays. Still trying to make something happen, but Stacks, they know that he's down there. He's gonna be sniffed out, and with him falling with no opportunity to do the exact same play, that little bit of a flank play, B1's gonna be going back to the side of LT, and now they're gonna have to try to flood in towards B2 and reclaim this, but the jet and the helicopter, they're just going to be able to go ahead and pick apart the pieces as they try to make their way onto the sector.
Even's doing a good job of the push and pull. They're back on B2, body stacking this point. Does look like 009's going to get a little mixy here and try to invest a lot into this point because they know they have a huge advantage right now. It's still in the neutral zone too. Less time to capture. If they can wipe Ghost and the rest of the defenders on point, LT should be able to win here. But as a tall task, 88 Dog is picking up 4, 5, I think that's 6 kills in the last like 10 seconds from this lob. A great play, and all green bodies are down. And I don't see an urgent redeployment. I don't know if they have it yet. Could be the beginning of the end here in Fault.
Yeah, I think if we go to Sector C with anything less than like 20 tickets for the side of LT available, I think HAN will fall pretty quickly on that last sector.
There's
They're trying
Johan.
to make something happen. The strategic beacon is placed down.
Yep.
And absolutely perfect chemistry from the side of HAN. They're starting to feel the pressure over towards B2, so what do? They try to go ahead and capture B1. Dang.
Ian was very low up there in the skies, but the perfect team respawn beacon allows not only a tank destroyer to go down, but also a continuation of the battle for the B sector. There's so many nooks and crannies you can put these respawn beacons down in. This was a great play from Wansa, the commander, and great timing by HAN to keep this thing going.
I mean, even with them doing this, by the way, remember when they did it the last time? This is obviously the second time they're employing the same strategy. They're just not finding the kills right now, right? Extending this defense, you're not really finding the vows in terms of the tickets. I mean, we could kind of bring in a conversation now that we just saw it happen yesterday. The game clock is kind of obviously something to think about the longer this defense goes on, but take a look at this. The lob is currently under heavy fire. No, oh my gosh,
No!
The F-45A is down! Bitter's Itchy is down!
Was that an Allure rocket? Did it go too low? What a play! PZ Dog was a shot or two away from taking down this AA, but didn't want to risk it. If they lose the heli here and all air is gone for them, I don't know if they take the B sector. What a swing in momentum for HAN. They get the B1, they get a tank destroyer down, they get a jet down. Wow.
All right, Johan with 2 hero plays and Genman with a hero play of his own from the side of HAN. We're up to 3 individual hero plays is what it feels like. How many more is it going to take to go ahead and defend on Fault? Like I mentioned, again, we're getting these small wins. We're holding them back. We haven't lost yet, but still LT, they're maintaining those tickets. 136.
Look at those beacons.
If the strategy isn't obvious by now, I don't know when it will ever be.
Here is the second jet.
Third.
The third jet for the side of HAN. Be waiting on the second. And PZ Dog not fast enough this time around. So Ghost gonna have a moment and a chance to prove something for the team.
Uh-oh.
In the meantime, 78 Dog under a bit of fire, already leading this strike team to try to put some damage down range, and a lot of green flooding it. This thing's got to go down with these magnetic bombs attached to it. See you later. Down goes the commander. Down goes the IFV. Another vehicle taken down against LT. LT starting to falter.
Uh-oh, HAN. They had a very slow start, but things are starting to pick up. The strategies are being employed right now. LT, you gotta go ahead and take a little bit of a reset here, reassess, maybe wait for some of those vehicles to go ahead and rejoin the battle. And Ghost, I mean, what's gonna be the gameplay here for him, you think?
I think, from what we can tell, I couldn't see exactly where he was on the map, and that's crazy. I think he gets... Oh, wait a minute! Oh, that was so close. Who is shooting at them? I didn't even see them on the map. Okay, this is what I was going to bring up. I thought that Ghost was maybe camping his spawn, and that's exactly what's happening. Did you see him up on the hilltop?
Yeah.
He's floating behind him. Ghost can get the better of Zitchy here if he's not aware of where he's at. Swinging back around.
Wait, they even know where Ghost is.
Is he still hiding?
Yeah, he still is hiding behind that mountain all the way up there. I don't even know if they know where Ghost is at right now.
Which is, I mean, that's the right play.
Sneaky.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out on Ghost and see what the play call is. It may be, yeah, look at this hiding spot.
Listen, he might wait until Miang in that lob finds a little bit of damage. The call comes in. Miang says, dude, go now. Destroy something, whether the damage comes in onto the helicopter, whether the damage comes in onto the other opposing jet. I think that's when Ghost will go for it. Can LT sniff this one out, though? They're kind of close.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out on Ghost whenever he decides to make a move.
Oh,
Patience is a virtue, and he is hiding right now. Ian is taking this helicopter as high as it'll go, and they spotted him.
They're looking.
Peekaboo, I found you. See ya later. A hair too long on the sneaky plays. HAN pulling out all the plays in their playbook. It doesn't mean that all of them are going to be successful.
Heads up play to continuously remember this guy's hiding somewhere. Easy Dog and Ian in the driver's seat. Well done there, but take a look at this. Because they were looking for Ghost, LT were able to call in a couple of vehicles. We got a tank.
Yep.
We got a tank destroyer, and now we have the Lav available in the defense.
Yeah, this is a really strong play. Whether or not Ghost was just a distraction because they felt like they'd lost the air, or maybe it was one of the other. It was both options, right? It was like, okay, even if you go down, it's going to allow us to get our vehicles onto the ground without dying, so we can actually shoot back at these jets or helicopters in the sky. And that's kind of the silver lining. If you maybe could have won that fight, it would have been even better for us because both could have been true. But Stacked as a solo is trying to swing over to the B1 side. You have to assume either got a respawn beacon or just trying to play spoiler. He gets cut down. So we head back to the stalemate that is B1 and B2. The defense having basically complete control of the B2 sector. And we are down 70 lives. You're now starting to say, yes, this could be quantified as a small victory so far for the defense, but we know that the C sector is a given to the attack if they have complete air superiority. There's basically nothing you can do. And so we have to hold here on B, so I wouldn't even call this a win. Oh, what? Another mistake! Flew too low and couldn't get the speed to dodge some of those shots. A great effort. Yet again from Miang.
Wow. I mean, yes, that Harrier ability on the jet. I mean, yeah, this lob's got to be gone, right? Yeah, it is. But I think you'll take that trade if you're the side of HAN. That Harrier ability from the jet is very, very good. It can employ so much damage, but you're very, very vulnerable. You're kind of like a sitting duck. And HAN opted to go ahead and go for it, but take a look at this.
Nice.
Wands ever under heavy fire. 78 Dog in the back foot of 009. They're going to take him out. And you can't lose the second vehicle. I was fine with losing the Lav, but I don't know if they're going to be okay with losing that tank destroyer as well.
Yeah, still a favorable trade, unfortunately, for LT. If you're an HAN fan, you're feeling great until another vehicle goes down. 2-for-1 isn't fantastic, but take what we can get, I suppose, especially on the B sector. Under 100 lives. PZ Dog still reigning terror in the skies in the heli. Those vehicles that you so desperately needed are all but gone. Sarah Jin gonna have to do it all inside the tank. And here's a lot of green members onto the ground, and several magnetic bombs are otherwise trying to land, and they do, but it's not enough damage as a solo. So these vehicles know now we have the advantage, but we do need to be careful. It's not a full send. It's not a full send until we got bodies that can actually play for the point.
Will history repeat itself? Remember, the last remaining hope from the side of HAN on Ascension yesterday against RRQ was Sarah Jin in the tank. When that is the only thing that they had available on the defensive side, he was able to utilize it enough time and time again to defend long enough to hold them off yesterday. But of course, Bitter Zitchy, we're surprised. He's gone down twice on this map specifically. But regaining to the skies, Miang's actually getting great target practice. I mean, this guy is constantly hitting shots from this lob onto the jets, onto the helicopters, so much so that, I mean, this lob is just surviving longer than we have really ever seen when there are two vehicles in the sky up against it.
Yeah, they keep throwing it in, and look at the helicopter's health. Couple well-placed shots here. Ian could be in trouble, and he knows it. He feels the pressure, gonna have to back off. I think Ian actually goes down there if Zichi didn't come over in time and start carrying down on top of our lob. Here comes another destruction on the side of HAN.
Guided missile.
LT in a bit of trouble, but we got guided missiles coming. We've got artillery barrage coming. We got tanks going down, tank destroyers going down, all the ground vehicles down for the LT side. Guided missile's gonna land square on top of the point. Looking for the backside, picks up what, car only and maybe a respawn beacon, but it's an urgent redeployment and a team respawn beacon. HAN are gonna be fine. They're gonna get everybody back. Where is this beacon at? Is it gone? Urgent redeployment still should be fine here on B2.
LT tried to make something happen, a giant push. I think the ground vehicles leading the charge right there was a little bit of a mistake. Wait for the guided missile to land and then push in with the vehicles. But the vehicles being at the forefront, they just get blown up. What a great response from the side of HAN. And they're given a little bit of breath of fresh air. I mean, yeah, the air superiority is still putting these land vehicles for the side of HAN under heavy threat. And I actually thought they were going to take out the tank destroyer right there, but potentially a couple of missed shots and some great engineering score repairs coming in from the side of HAN. Are going to keep it alive, but Watson's going to go ahead and get active. You said he was willing to go ahead and make dangerous plays, but this time around, it's going to be responded by 78 Dog. You can't do that against us.
Great play, great heads-up communication between these two squad leaders. A beacon is down, but Ghost is Ghost is saying, hey, I know how you work, I know how you fly, and he is just barely off target. But these vehicles were low. Zichi was able to just barely snake out of that one. Oh my gosh, the heli got low too with a couple of those AA shots.
Artyom again with bombs onto the tank destroyer. Another vehicle destroyed from the side of LT. Sarah Jin's actually getting mixed onto the B1 sector right now, trying to make something happen. The tank destroyer is actually going to be returned. Sarah Jin finds it and is trying to stay alive right now, but there's not a lot of engineers on the B1 sector with the helicopter, the jet are in the sky. They're trying to make it happen, and LT somehow, some way, they actually secure the sector.
Sarah Jin was trying to keep this tank alive, and I don't know if it would have made a difference because it's going to go down either way. I mean, there's 6 different attackers there. You got PZ Dog doing whatever he wants in the sky in the heli. It felt like you just had to sit on the point. There just wasn't enough green to survive a little bit longer. That was their chance. C sector is going to be brutal for them to play, especially with Zichi back in the skies and PZ Dog in the heli with Ian. Quick look at the stats there, and it's fairly even across the board. But folks, again, my tone shift here is because the C sector on fault, when you have air superiority, is, again, a given. I don't see any way HAN can pull this one out now, but I am excited to be surprised.
Does feel a little bit done and dusted. We've been surprised before, but this right here, telling us the full story. Could you imagine if they collide and just something weird happens?
Dude, if those two vehicles collide and they both blew up, HAN win. They have to. I mean, and that's the miracle they need. They need these vehicles to either crash or, honestly, fly too low. And a couple well-placed rockets could land correctly, but we call it again, I want to bring this back up because I want to call it a full given. But we call it a given because look how open the C sector is on this map. No more real buildings. These ruined buildings don't provide that much cover. Certainly not enough to actually body stack enough people to hold the point. The attackers can be able to run up for free, and the defense, anytime they feel like they're free and clear to, take a gunfight, they're going to get shot by a helicopter. Now, HAN do pick up the lob of LT, but that's really not what these ground vehicles don't really matter. Like, they're powerful, and they can help capture the C sector faster. It's PZ Dog, man. He went from, 42 kills to 54 kills in almost just the transition time between the B and C sectors. It's a brutal map that punishes you on the defensive side if you lose the air. And same can be said for attacking side as well, but we've really only seen the attackers win with the help of that helicopter.
Brutal, man. Once you start getting going from the side of the attack on default, it's very, very hard to stop you. Again, HAN, it looks like they have some plays in the playbook. They're trying to make some stuff happen. We just saw Miang kind of off in the distance behind some of the rocks, trying to find some cover, but the influx of vehicles for the side of LT, it just continues. They can just freely call these in, whereas the side of the defense can't call in a single one.
Yeah.
They're trying to make it happen. As you can see, Miang in a little bit of a cavern here is what it feels like, right? But a lot of damage is coming in, and hold up, wait a minute. 2 vehicles are landing for the side of the defense.
Oh, it's because look who's back up in the sky. I thought Bitterzici would be over here helping out, but the jet is back, and the jet is gone. And that was Ian, by the way, with a little bit of help. Lav is able to stay alive, I want to say, for, yeah, they have 2 down, actually. Probably both AA variant.
It was a well-timed thing, right? Like, you call in the ground vehicles at the same time you call in the jet to distract.
Yeah, that's the right play.
Vehicle to try to find some value. But again, these Lavs will go down pretty quickly, I would imagine.
I mean, 2 AA variants of the Lav actually, I mean, you can hold a lot. Now, really the onus and responsibility is now on the rest of the infantry to just hold on for dear life. A mistake from this helicopter operator from Ian, a mistake from Bitterzici, and there is a chance to hold the C sector. It was a really smart play to make sure everything was timed exactly at the same time, so they had to pick and choose their battles, and they choose to take down the air.
That being said, yeah, it is double AA Lavs, and when we did get a quick POV of them shooting together, that looked super scary. Oh my gosh, Johan up close and personal with the sniper.
Yeah, it's the new sniper that does some vehicle damage. I mean, honestly, a worthwhile addition to potentially even either roster in a moment like this where the vehicle gameplay is so emphasized.
I've also been seeing Johan take some shots towards the jets and the helicopters with that thing.
That's what I'm saying. If it gets weak enough, I mean, the AAs can do enough damage, get it weak, sniper shots hits. Here we go, really aggressive play from 78 Dog. Talk about a risk. A big risk for 78 Dog pays off in kind. 1, 2, 3. This is going to be the nail in the coffin, and they're going to trade at least one. Jinman, no. Yeah, there's just no way. And this last vehicle will also fall as well, most likely.
Touches down. EG Alpha trying to go ahead and get this thing to safety, but we mentioned how the Lavs were keeping those vehicles at bay. Just a tank will not be able to do it. A great play from the side of LT, right? Just kind of investing their own vehicles because they realized how valuable those Lavs were being. And yeah, take a look at this. I mean, the tank is pretty much helpless right now. There's so many things around the map that can do damage. Just doesn't feel good. I mean, it had no engineers on the back foot of it either. Jedman was trying to go ahead and land another Allura rocket, but like we mentioned, the light tank is going to fall if it does not have those Lavs available to defend it.
Yeah, a great strategic play. It's nothing like crazy. It's a very logical play from LT to invest 2 of their land vehicles to contest the 2 land vehicles, the only land vehicles that, of course, HAN have. And we've got a guided missile coming in for the side of the attack. This should seal the deal. HAN already used a respawn beacon just a moment ago in the midst of the chaos that is Vault and how much we pay attention to the air. The guided missile is going to land on the backside, likely of the point. It will find absolutely nobody because the most of the defense has swarmed off the point to make sure they stay alive. I only see, what, 5 green defenders. They better cook up the craziest play right now. They need a miracle to hold on. Team strategic respawn beacon does come down for the side of HAM, and they put it down on the low ground of C2. There's gonna be enough bodies there to stall things out. And these snipers are trying to put damage down, but missile after missile will begin to fall.
That was another lob destroyed out of the sky from the side of Han. They were trying to call it in, but LT snuffed it out. Now the guided missile is going to land. It's going to force all of the members off the point once more. But I can't lie, there's no real big push from the side of LT. I mean, yes, that does find 4, and now they could potentially feel like they found the value required to invest these vehicles and their HP in order to pull it off.
They did it again, though. HAN, look at where that beacon's at, and it's an urgent redeployment. So you're going to see these green members start flooding through the low side. Really the only cover that they have against the air superiority of the attack. Play inside of this tiny little tunnel and just pray that you can hold on for dear life. We are at 87 lives. That's plenty of runway for a moment like this. But if there's one win condition in the C sector for the defense, it's to go underground. Now, I think a tank destroyer may be able to sneak a couple shots through that kill everybody, but Dian's calling in a guided missile, and the artillery barrage over the top is going to make the attackers think twice about putting their vehicles up on top of these entry points to the tunnel. But is this a matter of time, or is there a miracle for HAN?
Guided missile does land. It finds 4 again. How is it finding so much value? How is it getting so many kills each time?
Yeah, unfortunately, the tunnel underground, I think there's a little of a bullet pin, if you will, for a guided missile. So it's picking some people up underground when the missile lands because there's these cracked, opened areas. And these missiles will not stop falling until the game is over. Now, for the game to be over, we got to get some attacker bodies on the point.
Trying to land a lob on the backside of things, but again, it's just the same story over and over and over again. Guided missile is going to be landing. It's just going to be 1 kill this time. I haven't seen a lot of panic from the side of HAN. They have had a guided missile available for themselves, but they haven't decided to call it in yet, so maybe feeling a little bit confident in their ability to defend without it. But a guided missile is going to be called in again for the side of LT. I think this is going to be number 4. The tanks are on the point, and I don't see a lot of members.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I don't even know. Maybe the person, there it is. I was going to say, I think Artyom was dead, so he couldn't call it in until he respawned. He respawns, calls it in. Is it too late? One player, Taesong, down from the guided missile, but again, it's just about zoning these players off. They're just going to keep sending the house until it works. The only guided missile from Artyom picks up the tank destroyer and 2 others. Snowdos goes down with it, and we've got defenders down below. The game is not over yet. It's still possible, but Carr has to survive this missile to jump right back onto the point. And this missile lands on the backside, picking up Johan and Artyom. A great play as the attackers swarm down below. That's going to be GG's, folks. LT, they knew what their win conditions were going to be. You can hear the crowd erupt. The hometown team goes up 1-0 in the grand finals. Textbook game on fault for LT. Took every advantage that they had and utilized them effectively. It was not perfect, but it was good enough. LT get the win with about 75 or so lives remaining. Pretty dominant win when you, all things considered, when you consider the win in the air, the eventual win on the ground because of it. Vehicle advantage was nearly always theirs. Great job from Better Zetsheet fulfilling the role that he came here to prove that he is the best pilot in the game.
I mean, in what felt like a game where HAN had all of the answers. Everything pretty much went their way throughout the first couple of sectors. I mean, they got the initial destruction on the helicopter. Of course, we know LT just waited to, call in the second one, but, they found the jet as well multiple times. I mean, how was that not a win for the side of HAN?
Yeah, unfortunately, with a map like Fault, with the amount of vehicle respawns, you needed one more in both of the air categories to actually cut them out of the skies. Quick look at the stats, though, and of course it makes sense to see Ian's engineering score at 158 because he never left the helicopter but once when he died. So a ton of damage, not only on vehicles, but also repairing his own heli. And then in general, I mean, PZ Dog picking up 73 kills. That really puts the nail in the coffin of how important the helicopter is and how much damage you can do in it. Was the gunner up in the sky, picked up 73 kills in comparison to the top fragger from HAN, which is Artyom, who was just boots on the ground, just out-fragging people at 51, which is still an impressive feat.
Honestly, the stat line for Artyom here, to me, the important one isn't even the amount of kills. Obviously, he's going to be the leader for the side of HAN, but he's almost the leader in terms of the engineering as well.
Yeah, did a ton of damage.
At 64, he's only actually beat out by Miang, who's got 85, and we know what Miang was kind of doing. It's kind of just repairing. So in terms of actually destroying vehicles, how many times was it Artyom on the back foot of those magnetic bombs? The guy was trying to make it happen. I mean, we always put a big emphasis on Artyom, but right there, individually speaking, even outperformed himself.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, if you're going to beat a team like LT, especially on a map like Fault, you need heroes to emerge. I've said this 1,000 different times. When you put 20 different players against each other, everybody has their role, everybody plays inside their system, and it feels usually like a team victory. But sometimes you desperately need somebody to stand up and say, I will do more than my part in order to secure a win. Unfortunately, Artyom, it just wasn't enough as an individual. HAN put up a great fight on Fault. There were a couple times I thought it was well beyond over, and looking back on the replays, we'll see those moments again. But it started here. Easy Dog in the skies, getting a ton of damage early, but him falling very quickly as well was that first win for HAN where we're like, oh, wait a minute. Defense might be strong when they win in the skies. Unfortunately, I think that was one of the only times that heli died, and therefore the second one comes in. And then this one, I mean, this play here set the tone for what we expected to see for the rest of this map, which was, unfortunately, Ghost not being able to play the game, basically.
Yeah, definitely were able to shut down Ghost entirely. The reactions were coming in throughout as well. And, you know, after this, it was the same story that we were used to telling on the map of Fault. The Lav trying to go ahead and fend off multiple vehicles. And to be fair, they did a great job. I mean, right here, I think the Lav does go down, but this same exact situation just a little bit later on, the Lav actually wins. Also, Genman right there with a lure rocket, which is obviously very, very hard to hit onto a jet. Goes down. Ghost, again, cool. Trying to find value again, doing something different, trying to hide this time around.
Too low.
Still shot down. Again, look how many times the jet goes down for the side of LT. By the way, this is the first time the jet's ever gone down for the side of LT. It happened 3 times this game, and they still won.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a good shout. I mean, Fault is a weird map in that way where there's so many respawns for these aerial vehicles that you can kind of keep playing. I really like this. I mean, and listen, I was impressed with HAN's ability to continually, over and over again, retake B1 when they were losing B2. They just needed to do it one more time. Going into the C sector without any air superiority, you see it fall finally yet again. C sector was a matter of time, is what we said. Now, there were a couple moments of greatness. When that jet respawned, they were able to put down both these lobs, but LT knew what they needed to do to win. They said, if those lobs go down, we win the game, and that's exactly what happened. They full sent, full tilt, tank destroyer under tank, take down both lobs, and then it was a guided missile game. The only place you could hide was underground, and unfortunately underground is still not good enough when guided missiles, 5 in a row, land directly on your face. So GG's there from LT. Nothing crazy, no just spectacular outplay. It wasn't a complete outclass either, though, and that is good news for Dfiw fans that we may be here a little bit longer than maybe some folks here in the venue were expecting. I don't think it's going to be a 3-0 with what we were able to see on that map, but who knows? Let's take a look at some of the best squads, though. The best squad, 78 Dog, Ian, PZ Dog, 88 Dog. The Dog squad's here, and they're dominating.
Yep, no surprise to see this. The helicopter pilot, the helicopter's gunner as well. And then, you know, I always talk about how impressive this is. Obviously, 78 Dog is the commander. 88 Dog probably playing that engineering role. But it's always super impressive to kind of take basically 2 members out of a squad, because you're effectively removing Ian and PZ Dog as members of a squad that you can kind of spawn in on or kind of work with because they're just up in the air the entire time. Obviously, this is a worthwhile trade because they're going to find so much more value up there. But for 78 Dog and 88 Dog individually to be able to still make things happen on the ground, whether it be in the vehicles or, you know, whatever they're doing, still be up there in terms of categorically in the score, it's always great to see.
Yeah, no, I agree. And the MVP is going to go to PZ Dog. Difference maker in the skies, folks. 73 kills, 40,000 score, plus a little extra on top, 35 assists, and 48 in the engineering category. This was your gunner in the helicopter. And usually the gunner is top fragger, and that is exactly the case today. I mean, really could just do whatever they wanted on the map, not only in terms of doing vehicle damage, which is that 48 engineering score, but also just killing so many people. And can we look back? I would love if I would have noticed it in the highlights or we caught it. The transition point from B to C, he was still in the 40s. Let that sink in a little bit. Almost 30 kills in the C sector alone. Like I said, if you have air superiority going into the C sector, you will likely win the game, and that's the reason why. 30-something kills or almost 30 kills just in C sector, and we were only there for, what, 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Ooh, buddy. Let's see what HAN can do when they have that advantage, or rather, if they will have it. The beginning of this next game when we swap sides is going to be telling.
Yeah, it's going to be super tough to go ahead and bounce back. I am still kind of expecting this to go the way of LT. This is kind of what I predicted initially.
You
I
think
was
it's going to be 2-0?
I think it's going to be 2-0 on Fault. I think Fault is just going to be their map, like whatever. I think HAN will bounce back on the first map of Threshold, and then after that, it's up in their hands. I don't know what's going to happen after that. If they want to go ahead and make a run for it, it's got to be on Threshold, I feel like. But
okay,
hey, you never know. Like you already mentioned, I feel like that was actually a surprising performance from HAN. It just hurts so much because, like, you want to talk about it, you'd be like, everything went the way of HAN. I swear it did. Everything was. Like, it was like, oh my gosh, they're winning, they're destroying this, they're destroying that. And it's just not enough. Like,
yeah.
How are LT so good?
Well, one, LT are very good. There's zero doubt in my mind about that. Oh, I think, unfortunately, it's actually the way Fault plays. You can't have one win. You need all of the wins.
Yeah.
They needed Helicopter and Jet down at the same time, and they never had that. And they never were able to deplete the total amount of spawns those vehicles can have. They almost did. They were on their last spawns, if I'm not mistaken. One more time, one more win in both those categories. And yeah, I think HAN could have pulled it out. Look down at the bottom. This is what we've been talking about. You will not see Ascension. You will not see Cyclone. You will see the swapping sides on Fault. And then we're going to Threshold. And if we go to Game 5, a team will have to pick the next map. And it won't be any of the 4 maps that you see down at the bottom of your screen. But we got a long road to get there. And I think we go there. My prediction was that we go to map 5. Vivid said we will end on map 4. And who knows, folks? Could go either way you look at it. I will be curious to know if it starts 2-1 or 2-0 though. If LT get a double win here on Fault, it's going to be really difficult for HAN to come back and drop 3 in a row. They have to win both thresholds and win the flipped map. I don't know. I think 3 maps in a row with the caliber of a team that LT is basically impossible. I think if LT win this second map and start 2-0, they win the tournament.
Yeah. Obviously, PZ Dog and Ian, them as a duo, very, very strong in Helicopter. But I think the winning factor when they're on the attack here for HAN, Stacksman and Sarajin in combination. We have seen these two, when they are up there in the skies, do incredible things, do nasty things in the Helicopter. So we'll have to see. They have the firepower to respond.
They definitely do. I mean, one of, if not the most dominant performances we've seen from a Helicopter duo is from Stax and Sarajin.
Yeah.
Yes, it was technically on a weaker opponent, if you can consider RBN a weaker team, which on the global stage, yes, but in general, very good team. But they were unstoppable. Sarajin put up one of the best games we've ever seen. I think it was like a 90 bomb, or nearly a 90 bomb. Never died. Helicopter superiority. So, attackers have the advantage of the Heli and the Jet. You know Stax and Sarajin are going to camp the Jet spawn, duh. So if they get an early advantage, we could see Ghost remind us who he is.
Yeah.
I mean, when HA was not playing LT and they had Ghost in the skies, Ghost was a menace. I mean, Wanzo on stage was like, this is the best Jet pilot in the game.
Yeah.
Disadvantaged fight in the air, not fair. They got a Heli and a Jet. Ghost loses and basically didn't play.
Yeah.
We flipped the script. I'm saying they go 1-1. This is, for my case to be true, to go to Game 5, this has to be 1-1 in my mind.
Okay. Well, I feel like HAN also wanted to be 1-1 after this one, but again, I feel like they got to be feeling good about, you know, a performance like that. Again, they played their hearts out. They really did do well. Like you mentioned, Fault is a very, very difficult map to just defend on in general because there's just so much snowball potential for the side of the attack. So now, snowball is going to be in their hands. How are they going to roll this thing down the mountain? Is it going to be a smooth ride through the team of LT, or is it going to be a bumpy one?
Oh, it's going to be bumpy. There's no way it's a smooth ride. You kidding me?
Is it going to reach the bottom of the mountain, I guess I should say.
Yeah. Chad, I want to hear your prediction. What do you think? Do you think LT is going to start 2-0? The crowd certainly does. We've got a lot. I mean, it's sold out. I don't see an empty seat.
Yeah.
If they haven't shown it yet, they will here in the production booth. We've got people right in front of us, and I think every single person here is cheering on LT, besides maybe the subs for HAN.
Those seats are empty when LT's winning, because they all stand up.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. You got me there. That it's loud here. Hopefully you all can hear it, especially when big plays happen. We've had some great cosplayers show up as well. We saw Luna cosplay. We saw Hacklock cosplay. We saw Raptor cosplay walk past us on our way over to the booth. It is a whole event over here in China. We've been having so much fun with this entire Dfiw competition. And I'm seeing a lot of faces that I recognize in the chat that are maybe just showing up for the grand finals. I'll say it again, folks. We've been here for this is day 5. We've been on LAN in Wuhan, China, competing on this stage for 5 days. And this is the culmination of all of these teams' hard work, not only here, but in the last months, well over years that they've been preparing for DFIW 2026.
Day 5, hour what? Like 40?
Oh, yeah.
30? Something like
easily.
that. High 30s.
I mean, day 1 was 14 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a long day with the 4 matches we played on day 1. So the fact that we only have 1 best of 5 feels like we're just getting started, but also like you can see the end. It's weird, man. I don't want it to be over. It's been so much fun. You can see a crowd there. Okay, I did see a couple empty seats in the corner of the upper balcony, okay? Don't flame me. Production showed it.
Call them out.
But down here on the front in particular, and most of the balcony too, is full to the brim. All right, chat. I need to see these predictions. I know we're slightly delayed. Seeing a lot of folks say LT. Here's a swap. Ian out, Owen in. I think on paper this makes quite a bit of sense. Ian is their helicopter operator. Now that LT is moving to the side of defense, you're seeing helicopter operator go out because they will not have the heli. We also saw
Cozbear
coming in. And what was that? Haewong coming out?
Yeah.
Okay.
He won. So I think it's the first time we've seen that happen.
That's the first sub of that. Yeah, that's the first sub we've seen from HA in that capacity. The main subs we usually see is Cranberry. Cranberry is part of their main starting 20 and goes out when Ghost needs to be on the map, which Ghost certainly needs to be on the map right now because Jets are on the menu, folks. Right back into the action, back on Fault. Things kicking off with Owen getting mixy on the back line here for LT because they've got to keep this AA alive, and it's taking quite a bit of damage, but good job getting to cover, unless this wire-guided lands, which it does not.
So here's the adjustment. Yeah, HN Cozbear, the reason that sub was made was to go ahead and take over the pilot seat.
That means Stax is going to be on the ground. That means Stax is going to be either using the vehicle, one of the vehicles on the ground for this team, or potentially Stax moves to Gunner and it frees up Sarah Jin to keep fragging on the ground.
No, Ghost is in the Gunner right now on the helicopter. What is going on?
Yeah, you should see that swap obviously when the Jet comes into play, but okay, changing it up here for HAN, making us second guess ourselves. I like it.
We'll have to see if it was worthwhile. We'll have to see also what the approach from the side of HAN is going to be towards the A sector. We did see LT kind of delay theirs a little bit when they were just here a little while ago. Owen also is, the player that kind of just came in, instantly jumps into the lob, and is actually playing in a very unique position, one that we haven't seen before. Kind of in the midst of the town over there in the building, so a little bit more cover. Obviously less sight line as a result, but if you want to keep the lob alive, play a position like that for sure.
HAN working their way through the high ground over to the A sector. Same story I just talked about a moment ago. The A sector of Fault is weird because the defense really don't want to prolong the A sector because it just allows the attack to have a ton of score going into a much more difficult sector. So oftentimes, I say sack, it's usually sacrifice this A sector. So once you sack A, it's just about playing through B. Now, if you can drop, I mean, look how many lives the attack has already spent. I mean, they've literally spent 20 lives because they know this is going to be free. So they're not worried about spending some of those. Not worried about getting revives. They've been focusing on other resources, but...
What? The crowd is mad, by the way. They're like, how did you just not destroy the respawn beacon that was right in front of your face? He better make something happen here. Trying to go ahead and win the gunfight after he misses out on the beacon, and no, he does not. That was going to be Ucky from the side of LT going down right there and missing out on the beacon.
Goes Bear in the heli. About half HP, gonna have to back off. Sneaky. The defense's only job right now is to try to make these little sneaky plays, strike team plays, get these vehicles down. I don't, again, care about the A sector hardly at all. Now, they'll begin to care about the A sector if these HAN lives go, you know, another 30 or so down. That'll be a win for them. B sector is so hard. You need like every single life you can get your hands on.
Uh-oh. A couple of shots land from what feels like all the way across the map. Ghost Bear is trying to keep the helicopter alive. You can do everything you want with these lobs, but sometimes it just feels like, well, I mean, it's pretty much a fact. There's a lot of luck that goes into landing some of those shots. A lot has to go right.
Yeah, I mean, also, you're also just trying to predict some of your main missiles and hope that the operator heli operator kind of dives into them, but another good strategy for the defense is put up any AAs that you can. Those are created by the commander squad, so they'll build those up, put those down, and start harrying down onto the point, shelling the point. High ground achieved for the side of the attack. Shooting down onto A. Was capped for a moment, Barbell. The defense do have enough numbers here. They're electing to actually take these fights and just gun their opponents. Sneaky little revives almost.
Oh, no.
Almost came through. Finally, Alita goes down again from Ghost, and crazy little solo play was sniffed out.
Well, you talked about it. They're going to start to care if those tickets go down by about 30 more. We are approaching dangerous territory from the side of HAN. I mean, I honestly thought that this would have went a lot smoother after we watched how strong of an effort they put up on the defensive side of things. But Lian right now, 10 kills. Obviously a name we have talked a lot about, his counterpart, Lian, just making it happen. I mean, the defense is actually pushing.
Yeah, they want Sarah Jin bad. They got to get this lob down. And Sarah Jin on about a quarter HP, but Engineers putting in work right now. That's Hodu, one of the best engineers in the game. Also, the only female competitor left in the competition, and one of only a couple that came all the way over here for Dfiw. But in general, just one of the best engineers in the game.
All right, pressure was being felt by the side of HAN. They finally start to throw bodies on the point. They no longer want to waste any more time, any more tickets on Sector A. So they're going to go ahead and try to capture it on the back foot of a vehicle respawn beacon. That being said, LT are actually going to be invested into the urgent redeployment. They want to go ahead and try to make this defense happen, but take a look at the progression towards Zone A already. It's like 90% of the way captured, and you've got nobody on the point for the side of LT. Only 20 seconds into the urgent redeployment, and that's pretty much wasted.
Here they go.
To the skies.
Couple things could have happened there as Betterzechi goes to the skies. One, maybe he found himself on respawn and would have been delayed in the jet, and so that was maybe a call to get him into the skies faster. I don't know. That's the only thing I could think of why they used the urgent redeployment there. A jet in the sky for one.
Uh-oh.
What's the other?
Well, there was a strike team.
Oh, making a play.
Making a play, and then they all went down simultaneously.
Oh, that's funny.
Sorry.
That's okay. I was like waiting for you to keep going. Also, did I see that correctly?
Oh yeah, who's in the,
Is that
pilot seat?
Miang in the pilot seat?
Oh, we know nothing about HAN on
Dude,
fault.
My bad. I apparently, I mean, they're flipping the script right now. This is not what we expected. Maybe Ghost made that call. Maybe Ghost is saying, hey, I'm not feeling it. Miang says, don't worry, I'll take the duties and make a move. And the dogfight has begun. And it's a cat and mouse game. It's whoever makes the first mistake is gonna get punished for it. Ghost has elected to be the gunner for the helicopter. A big surprise for the HAN roster.
I did see Sarah Jin lighting up the feed from a vehicle. Be careful, Ghost Bear. You gotta keep this thing alive. Just take a couple of shots, but we do know that occasionally one or two will land. It's the consecutive, it's the follow-ups that start to worry us. So no harm, no foul to the skies right now. And I won't lie, the Jets are kind of just doing circles around the map, trying to stay as far as they possibly can away from each other. I mean, again, both Jets are actually alive from both sides, but they're just not doing anything. They're kind of just again, neutralized.
They have to fight each other before they can fight the rest of the map, and in the meantime, dodge the bullets from down under. Whether AA or Lav AA, or maybe a few Alluru missiles if you go too low. Hang on a big wrap. Hang has been, I feel like he shot early there. We need a little trigger discipline, or maybe, how is this guy still alive? All right, there he goes.
Dude.
Hang has been that guy for this roster, this LT roster, that makes these humongous wraps and is kind of the lead of the strike force teams that make big plays on the backside of the spawns of their opposition.
Yeah, he's a big pain point for any team they play. Just an annoyance, really, a big thorn in the side, and finally we get a little whiff of the Jets peppering a couple of shots, but again, they don't want to overextend. The LT jet is hovering above the Lav, right? The Lav is kind of working as this defense mechanism, whereas for the side of HAN, their jet is kind of hovering around the helicopter. So again, they're just playing very, very safe. They do not want to go ahead and lose it. What side do you think is kind of winning that trade? If both jets are neutralized, I mean, I would imagine, I feel like the side of the attack is kind of winning because they still have the helicopter that doesn't really have to worry about much.
Yeah, it doesn't have to worry about much, or is going to do this, which is make the jet think twice about a couple different things.
This is close to the Lav.
Yeah, they're basically going to be trading back and forth. You're going to see Ghost and Cosbear in this ebb and flow with Miang up in the jet, working together to trade back, use their health as a resource.
Oh gosh.
Respawn beacon goes down. I mean, everybody knows this strategy. It's a matter of just finding it.
Sarajan, gotta stay alive here. Hodo to...
Oh, it looks like Sarajan was able to take down 88 Dog, who had util on CD. I was about to say that was almost a huge mistake. Sarajan goes down there, and the map changes.
All right, Artyom's actually going to be inserted into the B2 zone on the flank. That's exactly the type of position that I want to see Artyom in, right? Johan, a part of that squad, constantly put down those beacons to go ahead and get your best gunner, your best boot on the ground into the flank, into the mix of things. But Ghost is actually trying to help out Sarajan, trying to take out some of these engineers that are trying to go ahead and do some damage.
I mean, Ghost on 27 kills, obviously 27-0. So finding a lot of value despite the fact that Zichi is still in the sky.
Well, okay, let's talk about this. Miang being in the jet, and all due respect to Miang, but if your strategy to go into this was to just fly around and neutralize the jet, then it makes sense to not put Ghost in a role like that, because he might just be better elsewhere, like in the gunner seat.
Yeah.
Rather than have Ghost, one of your potentially better aerial players, rather than just watch him do circles in the sky, let him find value in the gunner seat.
Yeah.
And then swap out, again, Sarajan, because you know Sarajan can find value in the vehicles. That, to me, is the only read that I'm getting as to why we saw all of these swaps in terms of positions for the side of HAN.
Yeah, and from what I understand, Cosbear also a really strong helicopter operator, especially in the different, we have a different helicopter on this map than we do in other maps, right? You've got Little Bird up in the sky, so that could be another thing, is that there's specialty in certain helis, but either way you look at it, folks, we do have to pay attention to the objectives as well. Oh, this is such a weird map in that way, where we have to look to the skies, but also what's happening on the ground. And on the ground, you see the attackers trying to make a push over to B2.
1 HP. A sliver of HP right now for the side of Bitterzichi. He's trying to stay alive, trying to find the maneuvers that he requires, and trying to dip down to the Lavs. Hey guys on the ground, please help me out. We got to keep this jet alive. And he hasn't taken damage in a very long time. So the repairs are going to start to come in, and I'm watching the bottom of the screen. I'm taking a look at the jet HP. It is being repaired right now, so I think he's going to be fine. With 78 Dog, he's starting to feel the pressure towards both of the zones right now. The urgent redeployment is going to be the saving grace.
Urgent redeployment and an artillery barrage out in the open to help things out here. Yeah, I'd be feeling the pressure too if Johan, Changji won. I told you, RU1B and Artyom, these guys are so aggressive, and they're going to be the top fraggers for the team over and over again. There's Etchi in trouble. Shots from both the helicopter and the jet. Needs to be cleaned up by Miang, but can't, because Miang overcommits there. Is going to take a ton of damage back from Owen. Owen doing a great job of making this difficult, but one more strafe run, one more swing around, almost connects. Great job from the side of LT to keep everybody alive.
taking a look down onto the ground, right? Watching those progression bars. B2 has been successfully defended, so great job from the side of LT. But this is a similar story that we just saw when these teams were on opposing sides. Again, LT is being forced to respond to these very, very strong attacks. But HAN really just haven't lost any tickets. Like, this is a giant win for the side of the attack. They just got to go ahead and wait until the time is right. And it might be soon, because that urgent redeployment is going to not be available.
Yeah, at least for a little while longer. Here's the attack's line that they're setting up. They're electing to go to the left side, which is, I think, the easier side to rotate with when you have the vehicle advantage. You know that, yes, it is technically 3 vehicles for the side of the defense. They're taking quite a bit of damage, actually, but 3 vehicles for the side of the defense. But one of those is completely unavailable to help out your team. Look how far back 009 is now, just trying to shoot back on these jets. In the meantime, Heli goes down. Snowdos! Snowdos with the shots. Sarah Jin almost falls as well and retreats all the way back to the bridge. But the Heli down for HAN. Bad news. Now they do have another one. Well, I mean, this is the first Heli to go down. Still possible, but this is a window of opportunity to make a move for this defense to regain control of this map. And there's the Heli coming right back into the mix, but that is a nice moment of breathing room.
Yeah, I think they were trying to shift the momentum. They saw the helicopter go down, and they felt like they needed to capture B1 and B2 at that exact moment. But now I'm worried, because I'm taking a look at the distance. Take a look at the vehicle economy on the ground. I mean, the tank's available. That's going to help defend B2. And both lavs are obviously still up. And HAN kind of answer back, but again, look at this. How long ago did I just say they had 140 tickets? How long has it been?
Yes,
and they've
crazy.
only lost 1. The revives, the medics are doing insane work.
There's Barbell, Car, picking up crazy revive. You can actually see it in the kill feed, which is fun. Ghost is back in the skies. Finding a lot of 30
Respawn
kills
beacon.
already. Respawn beacon down. There's a lot of red over here at B2.
Uh-oh, Wanza.
78 Dog getting really aggressive here to make sure that they take down this tank destroyer. That's a big play. LT and Snowdos. Snowdos again credited with the kill. Going big.
Hello? Okay.
Whew. Team respawn beacon down for the side of the defense though. LT. Gonna keep these bodies on the point. Rose Bear taking a lot of damage yet again. Well-placed missile. You never know. And another vehicle down from the side of the defense. HAN starting to crumble a little bit. Speaking of crumbling, Heli low and a rare Beterzechi miss. A rare couple shots that don't connect. And that helicopter is still technically up.
Close. Very, very close. That was a giant window of opportunity that shut just in the blink of an eye. Take a look at this. The LT troops, they've actually advanced. They're trying to make a play onto some of the vehicles over here, and Beterzechi might be interested in trying to make a play on Yang, but no. Again, just kind of happy with playing this very, very passive game.
Oh, wow. Off-screen 78 Dog.
Found it.
The Luru missile over the top. He was able to find one of the lobs. And I believe that was the AA. What? All right, Ghost. Show me something.
Dude. These players that play Warfare.
Oh, man.
Just find out what you can do to the full extent.
That's
Absolutely
awesome.
love it.
That is awesome. Hey, that's one way to get that helicopter back into fighting form. Hop on top, duck under the blades, and just repair that thing.
I would love to hear the comments. Did I just seen a Luru shoot a rocket from atop the helicopter towards my log?
Here we go. Gotta get back inside or jump out. See you later.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wait. That's crazy. That is how on earth. Bouncing off the ground, alive, and up into the skies, immediately dogfighting. The circle of death. Who will win? Almost lines him up. The fact that Beterzechi is in a better position in this dogfight right now really showcases his efficacy in the skies. This is unreal. bouncing off the ground twice, going to 10 HP in a dream, taking down the helicopter, and a bullet away from taking down Miang as well. The repairs are coming through, but the dance continues.
Doesn't feel too good for the side of Miang right now, if I'm being completely honest. Lob's trying to go ahead and help out Bitter. Zichi trying to land a couple of shots. But on the ground, again, these tank destroyers are constantly getting destroyed. The vehicle game is being won all around the map, whether it's on the land, whether it's up in the skies, and there are a ton of respawns happening in the feed right now from the side of HAN. We're down to 100 tickets.
Yeah, that was a huge momentum shift. Heli down is bad news for HAN. Remember who was top fragger for LT when they're on the attack? PZ Dog in the heli gunner seat. With heli off the battlefield for quite some time here in the B sector, our lives are dwindling much more rapidly. Any help, any shot that lands, everything could change in the skies, but on the ground, 78 Dog in trouble, getting really aggressive right now to cut down the numbers of the attack and continue to dwindle.
Nice
the tank
job.
goes down. HAN able to win one. Take the wins where we can get them, especially now that they have so many vehicles back in the repertoire, investing a lot of score to get them back onto the ground.
Yeah, those data knives are so good, right? Those hack claws, but take a look at this. Miang
Got him.
finding the better of Bitter. Zichi, why did they make that sub? We're finding out why.
Back and forth, a vehicle for a vehicle. HAN technically have control of the skies right now.
Can anything happen though, right? Can Miang find some value? And yeah, he would be able to find value if he was left alone, but there's still double lob available for the side of LT that they are just content with sending so far back, and a saving grace for the side of HAN. They're allotted another helicopter right now. Coast Bear is going to be back in the pilot seat, which is very good news.
That should be the last one, by the way. If that heli goes down, that'll be it.
All right. Lot to play for then. Wanza, by the way, instead of playing that aggressive role, right, willing to kind of make some of those weird plays, kind of denying the flanks right now, and a giant retreat here for Sarajin and Hodu. They're probably going to go ahead and call in a vehicle and kind of team up on that. But what can happen here? I mean, this flood up the street is very, very difficult. And by the way, Miang is kind of playing this position, just waiting for the jet to respawn, by the way, from the side of LT. That's why he's kind of just floating off in the distance. But this is good right now because this is going to open up Coast Bear and Ghost once again to try to make something happen.
Can't lose this heli. Only 83 lives now. All that talk about all the revives and the rescues.
B2.
All that talk about the revives now going out the window because HAN are starting to get desperate and get more aggressive. When you get more aggressive, unfortunately your medics get cut down.
LT are going to be forced to get aggressive here on the back foot of an urgent redeployment. There was only like 1 or 2 members from the side of HAN that were able to go ahead and put said pressure onto the B2 zone. So maybe a little bit of an over-investment. Now remember, when LT were attacking from this side, what really did it was the guided missile. HAN do not have one available yet, so we're going to need an individual hero to find the score. Wanza is trying to be that hero, just simply in the tank destroyer, making those risky plays, but take a look at how much damage he takes as soon as he overextends just a little bit.
Wanza, I was about to say, a cat with 9 lives, but all 9 go down. That's 2 vehicles down for the side of HAN, and all the momentum they had towards B2 was stopped by the urgent redeployment, the team strategic respawn beacon, and then both of their ground vehicles being cut down. They have to rely on this helicopter to make some big plays, and right now, it can't get anywhere near the point. One more well-placed shot. Coast Bear deeply in trouble, backing all the way up to the ground to get some repairs.
All right. Keep her steady.
Gas her up.
He jumps back on top of the helicopter.
Miang knows the win con. Hasn't moved a muscle.
Dude. If we get a Miang POV, he's got to be a little bored up there on stage.
Yeah, but also tapped in, because if he blinks at the wrong time, he dies. Or at the very least, one of the best pilots, if not the best pilot in the game, is back on the map, being a menace.
we have to see that Johan play, right? Find a flank to where you can get a couple of your members into a position to where you can pressure these lavs and potentially destroy them. I think that would be a big win con for the side of HAN right now.
56 lives.
Sheesh.
That was a 30 life drop in maybe 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Getting more desperate, full sending, and getting punished for it.
Bitter's itchy on the gun now. Finds a 2-piece. Tell me this guy can also shoot?
A vehicle marked for death, and it's actually, I think, the assault vehicle. Did I see that correctly? The assault vehicle on B1 has been marked for death, so a strike team here on Jinman would mean some extra score for the side of the defense that they may use, holding B2 here. And that assault vehicle goes down. That's a successful trade. That's exactly what happened. They get the extra score. A nice play, immediately invested. Guided missile is going to land maybe on the outskirts of B2 here. Be able to pick up a couple kills and reestablish a place on the map for the defense. Exactly where it goes, well placed. The attackers read it like a book, but not 3 players, of which are some of the strong players. Taesong, Artyom, Jappy on respawn right now. And Lazy is like, well, you gotta at least think about B1.
Yeah, you gotta think about B1. HAN have to start to think about some sort of a different approach. I mean, they have so much available to them in terms of the vehicles. But I mentioned it, kind of what felt like the turning point for the side of LT was the guided missile when it became available. But again, HAN, they just don't even have one available somehow so far. And maybe it's because LT have done such a great job of destroying so many vehicles that the score has been invested into just recalling them in.
Yeah, that's a really good point. As you can see, there's still a vehicle advantage technically for the side of HAN. And the light tank goes down on this defensive side. This could be a glimmer of hope if they're able to get out alive and not actually trade a vehicle here. This could be worth their time. In trouble, though. Kozbear makes a big play on the AA. They do lose the tank. That's technically 2 for 1, though. It's still a win for the side of the attack. And there's only 1 lob left. Here comes the Jet, though. Jet's in the sky, off screen. Owen wins the fight. LT has won the war. They now have the skies. Bitterzetchi is back on the map. And the heli goes down, too. A complete turn of the tides for the defense. In the meantime, points are in jeopardy, so they're investing everything. It's all happening at once. And the guided missile, you can't see the kill feed, but it picks up 4.
And on the back foot of that, they're starting to feel the pressure. LT feel like they can win right now. They're calling in the guided missile, but maybe HAN can feel like they can win too. I think B2 is going to fall. B2 is in control of the attack. They just got to capture B1, flush out these last remaining members. Oh my gosh, the guided missile is going to save the day. There were only 3 members for the side of LT that were contesting B1. It was a sliver. There was a sliver.
And the team respawn beacon on the back seals the deal. The most emotion we've seen from a member of LT yet, because they know it is just one more game. Perfect plays at the perfect time to dash the dreams of HAN on Fault. Wow. LT looked good, man. Maybe a little too good.
Every time you think that HAN have found something, LT are like, nah, no, you really didn't. I mean, you did, but you didn't.
The crowd is loving LT right now. One hand raise motion, bring me some noise, and the crowd gets loud. Folks, before we move on to Threshold, we have to look back, of course, on what happened on Fault and really why LT was so dominant. We talked so much about Fault in the B sector because it feels like the entire map is just one sector. A is kind of a given, C is kind of a given, depending on which side you're on. B is the hardest sector to take, maybe in the game, and LT showed why. Look at the stats, though. Any standout performers. Artyom, again, the only player in the 50 kill category on the server, and it wasn't enough again.
He keeps trying, man. So is Ghost in the gunner seat. I like the adjustment from HAN right there to kind of switch around some of the pilots. But over on the other side, I mean, 78 Dog leading the charge, 40,000 score, by the way. The second closest in the server at 30,000, 10,000 score behind. He was also 14,000 score ahead of Wanza, who, by the way, a lot of the times that Wanza and HAN have been defeated, or even when they win, he is usually that guy. He's usually the one that's 10,000, 15,000 above.
What I'm really excited to look at is the highlights, because the final moment shows what LT is able to do. They invested everything in taking down vehicles. Once they did that, HAN's only option was full send, full tilt, get on both points and capture, so at the very least we can keep playing the game. And LT was also able to stop that. It's not often you can fight on two fronts at the same time, but the perfect timing of a team strategic respawn beacon, perfect timing of respawns, just really well done.
By the way, it's funny, so Owen joined us on stage, and he got 3 kills that game, but probably had some of the highest value just sitting in the lob all the way in the back of the map. And even towards the end, finds the destruction of both the jet and the helicopter, and those were his 3 kills.
Yeah.
He had 0.
That's what I'm talking about, man. Role players. You have to have players that are willing to be role players and do the dirty work. You saw leading the charge there for LT was their coach on the backside, who had been doing all the picks and bans, has been with us for several days now, showing his face, and it is a team effort on both of these rosters. They have subs that make big plays. We've talked about them a ton, but they also have coaches and support staff that have been helping out for all the strategies. Let's look back in the highlights of this map. Of course, we're not going to look at A at all, but when we moved to B, it was a big back and forth. And again, you see these moments from HAN, you're like, this is a really good team. But LT just constantly had the right answers to the moves they were making. If I can use a chess analogy, like the gambits were fantastic for HAN, but LT knew what they were going to do, how they were going to do it, and could stand in their way to just prolong the game long enough, where HAN just ran out of options.
Yeah, it looked very, very good. I mean, even on their initial approach, they just weren't really losing tickets. Take a look at this push right here. How were LT able to defend this? I mean, you have 4 vehicles on the ground for the side of HAN, and LT really didn't have any. And then, you know, you blink and you might miss it. Vehicles just start to fall. They start to crumble. And all, you know, whilst all this is going on, you have the helicopter, but again, it's just being suppressed by those double lobs that are kind of available. Biduzici, you know, we didn't see him get 90 kills. When he finds the jet, he somehow bounces off the ground, keeps his jet alive, and then is able to suppress Miang for the rest of the game as well. Just everything, not everything was going the way of LT, but it's like HAN were beating them at like their initial playbook, but LT, their secondary playbook was just working as well.
Yeah, and I mean, here's a big moment of Miang winning the fight in the air, but I think you made probably the most important point of the entire task, which was HAN. I mean, look how many vehicles are going down from them. HAN kept having to invest all of their score in bringing vehicles back onto the map so that they could even have a chance at capturing Sector B. We all know how difficult this sector is to capture, and with that much score invested in vehicles, they had the vehicle advantage. And this is one of the only maps where you can have the vehicle advantage and still lose, because in the final moments, here's what it looks like. Look at the bottom of your screen, a well-placed guided missile. You see the respawn beacon, and you see all the defense flooding as this 4 kills here on top of the tank destroyer was the nail in the coffin to close things out. All of red was basically dead, and then the respawns. And they still had a couple lives left, but it was too late. They ran out of time.
Yeah, that was actually a timer, by the way.
I mean, it was over regardless.
It was over, yeah. So that's why there was like a giant surgence from even the jets and the helicopters up in the sky, because, you know, they started to feel the pressure.
Yeah,
Taking a look at the best squad here for the side of LT, Dian Dian, Lian Lian, Lazy, and Yuzhan. I mean, just very, very equal across the board in terms of kills. Obviously, assists, engineering is kind of leaning the way of Dian Dian and Yuzhan, but just a well-rounded squad. And this is the crazy part, is like, you want to look at a squad like this and you're going to be like, dude, look at this, Dian Dian picked up 70 kills. No, he didn't. But he didn't have to, because the entirety of LT is just what feels like so equal that sometimes these pop-off performances, we don't see them. But again, it's because the whole team is just so equal. They're all just so good.
Yeah, I mean, we see this as the best squad for the roster almost every game, and when it's not this squad, it's the Commander squad. It kind of just, you can coin flip, and it's one of these two because of the roles they play, you're right. And here's the Commander himself, over 40,000 score, very well earned. When you gap the entire competition, when you gap the opposition, you brought this up in the score on the leaderboard, when you gap the opposition by almost 15,000 score, gotta give him the MVP. Great calls, perfect timings. It's a whole team effort, but the Commander has so much of a burden of responsibility to keep the team in check and make the final call, be the IGL, the in-game leader for the team. And so a big shout out to 78 Dog. You and I both predicted LT to win. Neither of us predicted a 3-0. We are currently at 2-0. You did bring up the fact that you thought HAN could win on Threshold. I don't know. LT is not making a lot of mistakes right now. Threshold definitely going to be different than Fault. There's only one thing that's similar, frankly. I guess technically two things that are similar. When we move to Threshold, there's going to be a helicopter in the sky, only for one team though, and it is technically a 3-sector map. We go to only the C sector, and it is a 2 capture point C sector. So I guess a couple similarities, but it feels like a totally different map. I think we could all agree on that. And no more jets in the sky. So expect to see a lot of subs back and forth for both of these teams to take their fighter pilots out and keep their main infantry on. You're going to see a guy like Cranberry rejoin the mix for a team like HAN.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, going to Threshold, we do continue with the theme of swapping sides. So LT, you're going to return to the attack, which, again, you kind of brought up the point. Threshold, similar in the sense that we're going to see a helicopter. Be interesting to kind of see who takes over the pilot seat, because it's not going to be, one of those attack helicopters where you do have a gunner. It's going to be a little bit of a different approach on the map of Threshold. It's also going to be interesting to see who from the side of HAN is going to be jumping in one of those lobs that do spawn off the start, and is pretty much going to have the responsibility throughout to try and control the helicopter. Again, similar theme to Fault. Just a whole lot less chaos and second chances in terms of going in some of those vehicles.
The first fight between the helicopter and the lava is everything. I think that will dictate a ton. And so when you look at those two players, whoever they end up being, you've got a huge burden of responsibility that I think both teams have already communicated to whoever's going to be in those positions. You are the key to this team's success at the very beginning of this game. So you're going to get in that lava. You got to back up and get to cover underneath that bridge. When you think about Threshold, though, this is the first time we've seen it in this competition on main stage at Dfiw 2026. We may only see one map of it, technically speaking. And talking about Threshold, let's get a little bit more into the weeds about the map and what people at home can expect. We saw it like 15 times when we were in Vietnam about 6 months ago, the first time here on main stage. Big part we already talked about, 3 zones, 3 sectors that potentially you could go through if you're the attacking side. But the B sector is one that I think is one of the most difficult and most important, because B2 is inside. I call it the garage. It's in the garage, all right? It's fully hidden. You're going to stick vehicles in there. It gets extremely mixy, and you're going to see a ton of strike teams try to wrap around the backside of B2 to take down the defensive vehicle. If defense lose their vehicles and B falls quickly, the C sector, again, it's going to feel a little bit like a runway for the attackers to take off.
Absolutely, love that. And also, you kind of talked about Sector B and Sector C. The reason why you didn't talk about Sector A is because a lot of the times it is just absolutely sacrificed, right? Like sometimes the defense is not really interested in even defending it, because they know that the longer that you stay sometimes on these maps like this, where it does feature that singular sector off rip, the longer you let the attack kind of cook on it, the more score that they get.
Yeah, that's true.
The more kind of guided missiles that come available for the attack on 2C and everything like that. So you kind of want it to just go fast, so that way they don't get anything disposable to them.
Okay, the more we talk about it, maybe there are some similarities between Fault and Threshold. That's like the 5th one that we've drawn a conclusion for. It's all hypothetical. It feels like a very different map. It plays very different without the jets in the sky and an aerial vehicle for both sides. But you're right. It is similar in that way, where the A sector, it's not really sacrificed as much, but it is one you don't want to prolong as the defense. That's a pretty good call. We'll watch out for that, though. Everybody has a slightly different strategy on this map, but it is one of those maps where it feels like the meta strats have mostly been explored. You should see some strike teams playing in the backside of B2, like I mentioned. You could see some nice strike teams dropping out of the heli on top of the lob. We saw that actually from the former roster of LTTL, making that play known and kind of showcasing to the world, hey, this is actually what a strike force looks like over there in Vietnam about 6 months ago. So fun combos. I'm really pumped to get into Threshold, to be able to see it on main stage first time. I was dreading it last year, but I am so pumped for it this year. What's wild to say is that I can't change my predictions. I said we're going to game 5. I feel like we're done here. I think it's going to be a 3-0.
Really?
Man. I really do.
All right. Well, I believe just a little bit. In fact, everything has gone the way that I have predicted so far. 2-0 is what I said. I thought that Fault was going to be dominated by the side of LT, and that was true. But HAN did kind of show some light throughout that map, and I'm looking towards Threshold. And one specific thing that I did go ahead and call out before we even kind of arrived here today, I was like, listen, I feel like LT, they're going to go 2 up, and then I feel like Artyom is going to drop like 80 or 90 on Threshold.
I mean, listen, if anybody needs to pop off, it's him, and if anybody can, it's him on this map.
That being said, I might be a little bit silly because, again, it is only a 3-sector map, and that many kills seems very unlikely. So if he does do it, man, it'll be crazy.
Yeah, well, all eyes on the infantry for the side of HAN. That is all they will have, a few vehicles. Here are those subs.
Back.
Here are those subs we talk about. Postbear back to the bench. He won back into the starting roster. Cranberry as well back into the starting roster. Both these guys a part of their starting 20 on traditional maps. The jet operators change things up, and obviously Fault 2 changes things up dramatically with a couple aerial vehicles. Cranberry's a solid player. I think a role player for this team as well, but in general, not as much like star power compared to some of the other players. Just kind of does his job and does it well. So maybe this change will be the difference that HAN need to get their first win in the grand finals. 20 seconds, folks. You can see the timer just as well as we can. Players are loaded in. Commander selected. Vault is done. LT has won 2. We are moving into Threshold. If LT win this map, LT are the champions of Dfiw 2026.
Jeez, it flew by. LT, by the way, undefeated so far. They have only dropped 1 map. Let's go ahead and do some quick math. 2-0, so that's 2. 2-0 again, that's 4-0. And they went 2-1, that is 6-1. They're currently 8-1 in terms of rounds. They have the possibility to close things out here. 9-1 in terms of rounds. And take a look at this. It's actually going to be Bitter Zitchy staying on the active roster. He's going to be in the helicopter.
I like that call. I was waiting for the other side of the subs, and then we were in game, and I just thought it was like we didn't catch it or something. But no, Bitter Zitchy stays on the map in the heli. Here we go. Big fights off rip. Bitter Zitchy in the heli. 78 Dog on the ground, and the Tank Destroyer off rip. A sector usually falls decently quick. We're able to blow the walls apart, get a couple vehicles. There it is, up in the mix, on the point. War of Attrition will definitely go to the side of the attackers because of their spawn positions. Here's a look at where everybody's positioned. The defense backed way up. The defense on the A sector, pretty non-existent. It looks like a nice strike team moving towards the bridge that we caught in the map feed, and now on main. Unfortunately, they're losing these fights, namely at the behest of just some nice gunnies here from LT holding the bridge.
Yeah, but again, nothing too crazy so far. I don't even think there's a single member of the defense kind of jumping on the point right now. They are kind of over there in the palace, but kind of just interested in playing some of those back hauls. Johan, again, kind of playing this flank position. What's the idea here? Is it the assault vehicle? I mean, surely not.
He is taking some shots down range with the sniper, and I don't think he's going to get out of that one alive. He is on 1 HP. There's the sector. Maybe we're looking for a vehicle to go down in transition. Ethan's going to be fully setting up here for the B sector. B1 is all but a given as well. He's wide out in the open. Here's a look at the defense and the way they want to set up. Sarah Jin is going straight to B1, and they're going to start building for this threshold hole. Yang still with the lob. Zitchy all alone up in the heli. Going to showcase more of his piloting skills.
Like you mentioned it, they're going to start building. There's also going to be some mines that are going to be placed down right behind this concrete barricade. I don't think I've ever seen this specific strategy. Take a look at this. An absolute minefield. They're kind of expecting a surgence of vehicles on this side of the map, so they're trying to go ahead and and play for that. I love to see this setup from the side of HIN. Again, they have the strategies. Like, the preparation is there. It's a very good team. So do not be surprised if they find value out of doing plays like that. But so far in this competition, LT have responded very, very well. Let's see if they can respond to a strategy like that once again. Now these two teams are going head-to-head over here by this container stack.
Great wrap.
Which is no surprise. But yeah, we'll have to see if the wrap does kind of find some value.
I mean, it's found quite a bit of value. They've gained a ton of ground and are just winning their gunfights. Opening up the flank there means the defense is going to have to look in two different directions. This is going to free up LT to be able to push through these tents, which is a pretty aggressive and important chokehold the defense has to hold. And these folks over here on B1 are dying to these flank. Look at this respawn beacon as well. Saxon, Ian's up over at B2, fighting Artyom on the back line.
Oh, no.
This is a huge win for LT already, gaining so much ground on the map. If they can keep it, this B sector might be easier than usual.
LT have invested some of their lives already, though, but this is typical, right? On initial approach, you're just running at what feels like a brick wall because the defense have had some time to go ahead and set up. And by the way, it looks like all of those tank mines that we saw placed down have actually been destroyed. So again, LT just responding. I was going to go ahead and mention that I assumed that they would have to respond to a vehicle getting blown up by those mines, but they actually just play proactive. They actually go ahead and sniff that one out and deny it as a play entirely.
Low and steady wins the race here on the B sector, and they have plenty of lives to do it. But they have gained a ton of ground on the left side of B, and have even brought their tank destroyer and the assault vehicle up this direction, potentially put down a second respawn beacon over here as well. Foothill on the left-hand side is great news. I mean, just look at the map right now. This looks so good for the attacking side. How many times have we seen many of these players play this map? Everything is calculated. Textbook attack on the B sector right now. You need like one player for B1. All of the defense is on respawn right now. Look how many respawns are coming in. That little heartbeat symbol is full respawn, not getting revived. So they're respawning on the back of B2, having to battle their way up here. B2 contested, B1 mostly going to fall. What a great start for LT.
Yeah, a lot of the times that we do see the strong defense on the side of B2, it is on the back foot of having one of the vehicles actually in that garage itself. But early on into this onslaught of the B sector, Wanza is going to call in the urgent redeployment. And again, I mean, there was just a couple of members from LT kind of forcing that one out when they jumped onto B2. So hopefully HAN can kind of make this worth it. Obviously, they didn't have to necessarily defend the zone itself, but urgent redeployment is going to allow everybody to push back into the positions that they want to be in. And yeah, that respawn beacon over there might come into play very, very shortly. As you can see off in the distance, the flank squad of Johan and Artyom and co are trying to do what they do.
I mean, two things worth mentioning. One, the vehicle that was marked for death was that tank destroyer, and that strike team got obliterated. So that is a missed opportunity for score from the side of the defense. If I'm the attack, I am totally fine with that quote-unquote resource trade, which was the defense.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow.
Nice shots.
Again, sometimes we don't get a chance to see these solo hero plays, but to finish the point, that was a great trade for the attack because that's an urgent redeployment utilized already for HAN. It's going to make them more expensive the deeper they go in the game. And it really didn't change the battlefield that much for LT.
Strike team.
But speaking of changing the battlefield, all of a sudden, 78 Dog is in trouble. Able to get down most of that strike team with the help of Asmodeus. Able to keep them alive. Would have been a nice little momentum shift there, but Tank Destroyer going to stay up.
That was a big opportunity. There was just one more missile away. That beacon did survive over there, but I think it was just about out of uses, so I don't think they're going to be able to go ahead and spawn in necessarily as many as they once did. So they're going to wait for LT to kind of clear out before they try that one once more.
I love that the crowd gets so loud whenever somebody like misses the respawn beacon. Just a fun moment. Again, the crowd has been fantastic today. Cheering on the hometown team certainly, but they all want to see great games as well. I think most people here would agree that we want to see this go to game at least 4. LT have a great foothold on B1. The defense actually trying to push back a little bit. With a couple solos, some small squads making plays to just gain ground again on this B sector. They're suffocating right now on B2. The attack vehicles are just holding the line. Anytime any of these flanks come through, they're trying to catch them in transition, which they don't this time. A great job by Carr. That's a bunch of medics picking each other up over and over again, but we've got a hero over there slaying them out. We got to check out on the left-hand side a different strike team. HAN right now don't feel like they have to put everybody on the B2 sector. They're being suffocated there, so let's send a couple route men out, see what they can do, see what they can find on the map.
Shepard as well, and oh my gosh, Amy just jumping in as if he knew he was there, but surely didn't, right? I mean, Jappy had been on that flank for quite some time, and so is actually Tae-Seong. Kind of a similar route, a similar approach that we just saw Jappy kind of take, right? It's part of that flank team that's trying to find some value. I'm sure they're going to eventually destroy one of those ground vehicles. Bitterzici, I mean, you know, only 6 kills. Hasn't necessarily found the value that they're looking for, but he's been suppressed.
Yeah, and to be fair...
There it is.
Oh, nice pickup on the tank destroyer. The crowd going crazy about the respawn beacon. But to be fair, I think on this map, the helicopter's job, especially when your team has vehicle advantage, is to make sure that now the only vehicle that HAN has can't play the game. It can only look for you. And so, Bitterzici actually doing a pretty good job of staying active without overcommitting to a play when they have the advantage still. If they have a disadvantage at any point, maybe he plays a hair more aggressive, but Lazy is 17-8. A little double positive here on B sector. Let's go.
Doing a great job, and so are LT right now. They're currently pushing the line forward. There are a lot of boots on the ground that are flooding this zone. We need to find Artyom, pick up like a 7-piece on the Viren, and the attack all the while is kind of gaining advantages across the map with the Lav kind of rejoining the fight all the way on the other side.
Really important note, take a look top left. The attack have marked this lob for death. Expect a weird play going for this lob that's way back on the back line. It doesn't feel like a lob that could go down. There might be some hero play, some strike team from LT to go cut this lob down that is well within a safe territory for them while the main force is actually attacking B2.
They finally find it, and the crowd lets us know. A big cheer goes off, and yeah, great point, Goj. I mean, it was marked, but how do you get there? I mean, you got the helicopter. We've seen them jump out of that before and make something happen with that, but there's nobody close.
That's feeling some.
Uh-oh.
How close do you have to be? Holy moly. I told you, watch out. Miang just barely reacting in time. That was close. In response, Wansa has marked a vehicle for death as well. PZ Dog picking up a triple with their vehicle. The Wansa has marked the attacker lob for death. Oh my gosh, 88 Dog just killed, what, 8 people? That kill feed was only 88 Dog. And on the back of 88 Dog's heroics, urgent redeployment here from the defense. And oh, he does it again!
Look at Stax.
That was like 13 kills in the blink of an eye!
Stax is getting all the revives right now. The Stinger is finding incredible value. That's why they have not been flushed all the point right now. Now the tank has actually been called in for the side of HAN. This tank has to get on the B2. The urgent redeployment is in. The reses are coming out from all of the Stingers that are sitting on this sector. They have to defend this. They have to defend this because Threshold can fall shortly after the tank is available. But take a look at the Lav. 78 Dog is trying to go ahead and keep the kills coming in. And he's doing just that. But Artyom is in the tank. He's trying to go ahead and be the difference maker. But LT have too many bodies on the point. They take down Sector B.
Bad news if you're HAN fans. Now we do have 4 vehicles currently for the side of the defense. It's not all over, but look at the stat lines. It's not even close. 24 from Amy, 20 from Lazy, 22 from 88 Dog, 22 from Halita, 20 from Dian. and nobody barely even sniffing double digits on the side of the defense. Folks, we need a hero, and we need a miracle for HAN. This is about to be a generational hold if you want to see another map.
The progression storyline for LT throughout has been, hey guys, they are one series away, one best of 5, and now, before this game, it was they are only one round away, and now, in this specific round, they are only one sector away, becoming Dfiw 2026 champions with an undefeated record as well. I didn't even know you can run down here.
What? I mean, what does that do for you? I guess if you're able to hit that wrap with an Uluru, you could shoot your missile out, rotate the full squad.
He just ran all the way back. He's getting his steps in, dude.
He put an ammo crate down there.
That's what I would do too.
Hey, listen, whatever it takes. Now, a slight vehicle advantage if you can discount the helicopter, which of course you can't. Ground vehicle advantage for the side of the defense, and the attackers know it. The attackers have marked the tank for death. HAN need to be careful here. Tank down below. Fusion up above, trying to be hero against Mini. Folks, there is so much on the line on this map, on this sector, like Vivid was just talking about. And that is a great takeout of Sarah Jin. That tank goes down. The attackers get more score. Folks, this is not a repeat of Vietnam. There is no choke. LT are doing it. They are proving the top seed. He's actually the top seed. We still need heroes here from the side of HAN, and there's a small moment they can count as a win. They're able to trade a vehicle back.
Gen Man's going to be in the lob, trying to make something happen, trying to find the sight lines towards C1. I mean, no real progression in terms of the zones themselves so far. By the way, a decently quiet game from Artyom. I mean, he is kind of approaching 20 now, but again, I kind of called it out. I wanted to see Artyom have a 80 bomb sort of a game on threshold, and that is definitely not going to happen. Taking a look at the setup here for the vehicles, again, forced to kind of play this pretty passive role, because if you push up any further into one of the vehicles, I mean, the explosives, they just land too easily. So you have to play in the back lines and play a little bit reactive to what the offensive side does. It is currently working, as LT have lost about 20 lives on their approach here towards the C sector. Now they're pushing the line forward.
A couple quick notes about the C sector. Reminder, C1 can be fully destroyed. Now, we have moved so, nice shots from the Indian. We've moved so fast through this game so far that it would have to take a real stall out here on the C sector for us to get enough guided missiles for the side of the attack to blow this thing to smithereens. And therefore, I would expect a true tug of war for a while. But unfortunately, for HAN, that is a win condition that LT could implement if HAN is able to hold for a long time and play tug of war for long enough to where the lives of LT could be threatened.
By the way, the kill feed for HAN is very quiet. They just got 2 kills, 3, 4 kills right there. Okay, Wanza is trying to go ahead and keep me quiet, but again, it was in response to LT picking up what felt like 15 in a row. And again, look at this. Wanza's the only one in the feed right now, and he's in a vehicle. I mean, the gunfights are being won entirely by the side of LT.
The attackers have found their foothold. They want C1 as their home base so that they can play for C2. HAN having played extremely defensive here with their vehicles. Way back on the back line. Mostly worried about C2 right now, not feeling they can actually play for C1. They can't afford to lose right here. Can't afford to lose at all. But everybody for the side of the defense over on C2 now. Tug of war begins.
They've hunkered down over towards C2. We'll have to see if they ever decide to go ahead and make a play to recapture C1. I mean, I'm sure they will, right? Tug of war. We know that game. But LT are going to be the ones that are going to be forced to make something happen. And like you mentioned, this game has gone very, very quickly. I'm taking a look at the things able to be called in for the side of LT. 0, categorically speaking, for the guided missile. Yeah, this would be a great one as well. Yeah, thank you, Gen Man, right there, picking up the assault vehicle. That was kind of acting as a respawn point for way too many people for the side of LT. And that pushed forward. They were going to be able to flood C2 very, very easily. So, way to be aware. But HAN, man, they still have got 4 vehicles available to them on the ground, all of which are going to be very, very hard for the side of LT to deal with. And I don't really like this, actually, from the side of LT. They're kind of just jumping into that choke point. And once you kind of commit to a choke point like that, once you pass that choke point, once you pass that doorway, the reses can't really come in. So it feels like you're kind of conceding some of the lives right there. And yeah, the uh-ohs come out as soon as we see some of the Allure rockets come over the top. But the engineers from the side of HAN are still doing their job, still keeping the vehicles alive.
Bit of a stall out here and willingness to revive. You're seeing a lot of normal respawns for the side of LT, which is dwindling their tickets pretty dramatically at 117, which is plenty for a single capture zone. But we finally have our first guided missile potentially online for LT. I'd imagine they're going to save it for a while. You can drop it on C2 and you can find a ton of value, or you can just blow C1 to smithereens with a couple of them. But since they have complete control over it, I don't feel like that's the way to play. I feel like they should save the missiles for a last-ditch effort, save the missiles for maybe an urgent redeployment that HAN calls on C2 and just commit to the win.
Yes,
we'll see.
So many plays available. Like you said, you could just destroy C1, you could just send it on C2. You could also potentially send it towards spawn, where all 3 of those vehicles are kind of sitting right now for the side of HAN. Again, be very, very careful here, LT. I mean, running past that choke point feels very dangerous. That's why we saw so many of those lives get used prior. They did kind of flush into that. There's no real reason to kind of overextend. I mean, the boots on the ground are not going to be able to flush in through that. You're going to have to wait for some sort of a coordinated attack. And there it is.
Oh, they're calling it in early.
The call is made. Where will it land? Yeah, I think it's going to land back here.
For sure.
And the vehicles are moving. They feel it as well.
Yeah, they are running for the hills. All headed straight to the edge of the map to make sure this does not land on them. Guess what? Perfect read from you. Perfect read from them. No harm, no foul. But speaking of harm and foul, 1, 2. Can all 3 vehicles die anyways? What a call from LT. They knew exactly what the defense would do. What they were going to do is run and hide. And in that hide, run.
Wait, don't destroy
it.
They
find them. Unreal job from LT to capitalize on the advantages that they have. When they run, you hunt them down. LT finding vehicle after vehicle, and HAN continued to run.
Wanza's got to stay alive in that tank destroyer.
Oh my gosh.
Goodness. An Allure rocket from Sarah Jin just landed on the helicopter. Take a look at the bottom of your screen. The vehicles are equalized. It's actually 1-1. Everybody lost everything right there. Oh my gosh, LT. Did they overstep? Did they take a bigger bite than they could handle? HAN might be harder to chew than you think. Be careful, they're still trying to make it happen, but look at this, because the helicopter is down, because so many vehicles got lost from the side of LT, they're able to call in vehicles. Listen, that's mine. I'm not even worried about that. They still got one more back available to them. A big investment. LT just lost so much. Guided missile, pretty much found nothing. Helicopter down. One of the biggest advantages for the side of the attack. And now, look at this. A flank's coming in. Yes, the defensive line can push forward. They can make something happen. Onto the tank destroyer specifically.
Oh my
Hello,
goodness.
78 Dog, we're behind you.
Oh my goodness. Resilience from HAN to respond like that is impressive. 79 lives now. Not desperation yet for LT, but now they're finally feeling the pressure. Even C1 beginning to go back to the side of the defense. That was a huge momentum shift. Vehicle advantage as well. I'm pretty positive, by the way, that was an AT4 that took down the helicopter. Allure rockets, I mean, maybe a couple at the same time take it down, but I think somebody hit their shot.
Really?
Yeah. I have to watch it back on the replay.
Either way.
I mean, yeah, either way, it's insane. Huge swing. Niang, Sarajen still up, back in the vehicles on the backside. We have plenty of missiles now, by the way. This game has gone on so long at this point on the C sector. This is when you expect to see LT.
Oh no, the crowd, easy dog.
We expect to see LT.
You are not making many fans missing that one.
Still drop their missiles. Here comes Kishot's missile. Does this try to land on the backside of the point and pick up a vehicle, or does it just land directly on C1 so they don't have to worry about it anymore? I feel like at this point when you have 5 and you have 75 lives remaining, I think you just drop all of them on C1, but no, gonna go for a play on the backside and it misses. In the meantime, Lazy just picked up a 4-piece with that secondary shotgun, so shout out to them.
It was a good play from LT. They tried it again. Guiding missile does land, but the vehicles are alive. They're not healthy, but they're still alive. They're trying to get repaired by some of the engineers. Miang and the Lav took the brunt of most of the damage right there. And Wanta, all this time, by the way, has just been using this tank destroyer inside. This guided missile, for me, has to land on C2. And the reason why I say that is because it would take out the tank destroyer simultaneously. I feel like that would be the biggest win for the side of LT right now.
Yeah, with Wansa inside, yeah, Wansa feels it too. Wansa's out of there. Missile lands exactly where we thought it would, dead center of C2. Wansa smartly. Great read, smartly backs up, gets out of there, and has now marked C2 for the hold. So the defense want to lay their claim to C2 and hold and push us to game 4 on this zone alone.
And I just quick note, take a look at the operators at the bottom as well. A heavy investment from both teams in the engineering role. 11 from HAN, 10 from the side of LT.
Lazy's on 38 kills, mostly using this shotgun. That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, the tickets, the lives right now for the side of LT, 70. And again, a lot of these boots on the ground, like Lazy and Saxon up top here, they keep running into C2 and kind of getting flushed out. Bitterzitchi's trying to make something happen on the ground. Now the Allure rocket comes over the top, and he's going to go ahead and connect simultaneously with the side of PZ Dog. They're going to be losing one of their vehicles that has been an absolute backbone of this defense. And by the way, the flush is actually coming from the boots on the ground over to the side of C2. 88 Dog is starting to feel the pressure. He wants to go ahead and continue on with the onslaught. Guided missile. The only question is, it has landed every single spot differently so far. Where's it going to land this time?
I think they've got Miang pinned in the backside. I think this missile lands in this port back here to take him out. No, it's going to land shallow, try to pick people up in transition, maybe out of the point, and instead urgent redeployment is answered. So much pressure on a C2 right now. Should see it pushed into the neutral zone here shortly, especially with 78 Dog winning that encounter. LT are answering back quickly, but Han and Artyom making big plays on overinvestment. We have no vehicles on the side of LT, and overinvestment is answered. Again, another guided missile. Everybody spending all of their score to hold on for dear life. I feel like this missile was an answer for if their vehicle stayed alive. This one feels like a waste. It's going to land on the way back over here towards Miang, trying to get down the only vehicle that Wansa has.
Trying to potentially predict, but if all of your boots are on the ground on C2, maybe just trying to make a play for the quick capture, a little bit of a sneaky one, but no vehicles available for the side of LT. Urgent redeployment and a couple of beacons are going to keep HAN very, very healthy and comfortable onto the point of C2. By the way, no overinvestment from the side of HAN in terms of their guiding missiles. I know they have a couple available, and they have not felt like they needed to use it so far. DNDN is trying to make something happen along with a couple of members from the side of LT. They want to go ahead and take out that last remaining lob that is available to use by the side of HAN. Now a full reset from the side of LT. They go ahead, they back up, they call in their vehicles once more. They got to make a push happen. They got to make it happen now. And yeah, now HAN are also doing the same exact thing. They get to call in their tank.
A lot of respawns popping up in the kill feed. And our tickets are down to 41 for the attackers. I said it was going to be a generational hold for HAN. And so far, that's exactly what we're witnessing.
Ooh, a lot of respawns there in the feed from the side of LT. Remember, it's always possible for them to destroy C1, but it is also possible for HAN to kind of play tug of war. I did just get a quick glimpse, by the way, at the guided missiles. HAN have 4 available, LT have 3 available, so again, pretty much equalized. Lian is hitting everything.
I mean, this squad is going crazy.
Doesn't even need bullets.
They're all 40 bombs. Another guided missile being called in. They've got 2 more in the bank, like you said. Missile, I guess, is going to land. I feel like they're still trying to get these vehicles down. They're going to land on the backside of C2. I don't think they need it directly in the top of the building, but that's exactly where they send it. They pick up Taesong with it. Maybe felt like the defensive pressure was going to be much more aggressive on C2, but instead they just put their vehicles back on top of it and start to put it towards the neutral zone. The defense have a team strategic respawn beacon, but it goes down as well. Artillery barrage landing outside of C2, trying to at least put a decent bit of damage down so it'll help them win their 1v1s and win their gunfights. DN working their way toward the 50 bomb, and a big fight here from Yang. He's going to invest everything onto 009. 009 goes down. The missile's going to land on top, but 78 Dog answers in kind. We got a missile from both sides. Green will land first, and there are no vehicles that it will be able to take out. It's going to land directly on C2 and find no value.
It does actually find some value. 3 kills there from the side of Sarajin, but now the guided missile from the side of LT has an opportunity to go ahead and answer. They're going to be putting this one right in the center of C2 once more, and it finds the similar value. Just 1 singular kill, and the tug of war comes in. The respawn beacon wasn't even near C2. It was actually placed in the center of C1.
How did that missile kill that tank? Another mistake. They are not infallible, folks. It is still possible for a hold. Yes, they're both red, but I see a lot of green on C1, and the missiles from the defense continue to land. This one likely landing on C2, while the attackers' missiles, we know where they're going now. This is their only missile left for now. This one's going to land over at C1 and try to pick somebody up, or at least several people up. Maybe they thought the attackers were going to transition through the bridge already, but just feels like early for both of these 2 missiles. Just a mistake or a miss, or just trying to zone people off so that the defense could hold C1.
All right, big rotation has to be made. 4 lives available for the side of LT. Artyom's guided missile could be the last nail in the coffin.
Insane hold.
It's gonna land, and it only finds 1, but that might be enough. HAN with an incredible defense on threshold.
This is crazy.
Stakes were raised, elimination on the line, and they had to hell the top seed.
Oh, they got a body onto the point.
Oh my gosh.
What a sneaky play. LT still have a chance to win it right here, but Sarajin is going to dash their dreams, able to trade out both of these vehicles potentially. IFV down, Sarajin alive, and missiles continue to rain in. A generational hold from HAN. They're still in it, but as Modius answers back, C2 in complete control by the attackers. Defense gonna have to hold the line on C1, and they've got a couple more missiles, or at least this last missile, to add to the party.
Yeah, just trying to find the rotations. Does pick up 2 kills right there, but lives no longer matter. Of course, they're going to be helpful right now. Wanza's going to be jumping in that tank. There was a little bit of a strike team trying to make something happen. But with 2 vehicles left alive for the side of HAN, surely that is going to be the tipping point that leads them to this defense. Only 40 seconds remain right now, and the biggest thing for me is that there are 0 guided missiles left available. They used none to take out C1. We kept mentioning on Threshold, you can take out C1 if you use the guided missiles to blow it up, but if you don't have any left, you can't do that.
Yeah. I think they were hoping for some more value from a couple that they sent, but here we go. 30 seconds and counting. We're running out of daylight, and yes, we've got some vehicles from the side of the attackers, and they've got to full tilt, full send, and swing for the fences here. You have to jump C1 with everybody under the sun. Pay attention to the kill feeds if we're watching the vehicles, because those kill feeds will tell us the true story. A big play from Wanza. Makes an aggressive play, flips the coin and wins it. I don't know if there's enough bodies to get onto C1 to keep this thing going, but it is being pushed towards the neutral zone with 14 seconds remaining. A beacon goes down for the side of the defense. They're going to try to respawn and get on it. You need a hero play from somebody like Halida if you want to close the game out right here. They're winning a lot of gunfights, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough when the defense have bodies on C2. What a hold. What a chance to keep us playing today. What a chance to push us to game 4. And the timer ends And there were bodies! There's enough! Urge redeployment for the side of the defense, and there isn't one answered by the attack! Finally got him off. Holy crap. My heart rate is through the roof. Unbelievable from HAN.
Just like I drew it up, Mr. Goj.
Crazy. That's crazy.
Just like HAN drew it up as well.
Listen. It's 2-1 right now.
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
And I still think LT have a pretty good chance of winning this. But there is something to be said about Wansa. As a commander, to make the plays that he's making. Unbelievable.
LT looked very disappointed. They've got to hold those emotions back. I actually saw the LT coach kind of come out of the tunnel and jump up on the stage and kind of, you know, start clapping, try to rally the troops, and nobody was kind of joining him. Complete silence from the side of LT. Disappointments on their face. Taking a look at some of the individual performances. I mean, LT, we knew that they were fragging, by the way. Amy, 61. DN, 55. Lazy, 51. They were finding the kills, boots on the ground, and surprisingly so, HAN kind of weren't. I mean, Artyom ended up with 45. Kamosi ended up with 44. But after that, I mean, it's very, very hard to find anybody even close to 40. We saw them get stomped on Sector A. We saw them get stomped on Sector B. And we mentioned Sector C. Dude, they got no chance. They're just about to get steamrolled. And then an over-investment, everything. You remember when they sent everything? As soon as LT had that guided missile available, they said, you know what? Heck it. I want to win now. Let's send it. Let's send all of our vehicles. Let's send our helicopter. You blink, 5 seconds goes by, and somehow it's equalized. HAN, with an incredible effort, they defend against the absolute favorites to win the tournament on Threshold. Yes! We're going one more.
Crazy stuff. And I think the stat lines there as well are part of that story you were talking about, because the stat lines truly were on the side of LT. Like, HAN had everything under their belt, and then they overinvested. And again, we have the eyes in the sky. We can see the whole map, so it's easy for us to say what the right play was. I don't think HAN, or rather LT, were expecting HAN to capture that C1 position, which is why they didn't invest in blowing it to smithereens. Generally speaking, that is the right play on the C sector if things start getting stalemated. But LT had control over C1 until the last, like, 20 lives. I don't know, but let's look back on the highlights here, folks, and there were plenty of them, especially on the C sector. A and B both fell very quickly. LT were clinical until they just tried to seal the deal. And when they tried to seal the deal, HAN somehow were able to thwart them, and then LT was just sent reeling for the rest of the game.
I really hope we do see that Saragen rocket in this highlight package coming a little bit later on towards that helicopter. That would be big, but yeah, we kind of mentioned it. Usually, Threshold is all about B2. If you lose B2, you usually end up losing the map. And actually, HAN, you know, they didn't even have a vehicle alive. Usually the vehicle is the difference maker on B2 for the side of the defense. Towards the end of it, I know that Artyom did pick up the tank, and he kind of got it into the mix of things towards the very, very end, but the individual efforts from the vehicles, like 88 Dog, he was just picking up so many kills. And like I said, Artyom found his way onto the point in that light tank, but yeah, again, it was just a little bit too late. And here it is. I mean, one of the initial approaches, one of the initial vehicles going down from the side of HAN, and the full send somewhere in here as well.
Yeah, I mean, they came into the C sector with, what, 160 lives roughly, high 50s, I think.
Right here.
And then, yeah, this was such a cool moment. I thought it was just such a brilliant play from LT that they were the only team I was lauding in this moment, because they pick up all the vehicles in transition, Yang on 1 HP. I thought LT maybe could have kept that alive as well.
But I wanted them to. Blake shoots.
Yeah, it was actually Blake that takes it down. His teammate was maybe they'll get there first, but
it was a Luru.
Is it just one Luru rocket that connects? That's insane. Sarah Jin, by the way, was the hero there, so nice play from him. But tank goes down from LT, and PC Dog was answering back. But Artyom finding vehicles of his own, and this is where it got real dangerous for the attack. They were out of vehicles. They had to go invest their score in getting their vehicles back. They had a few missiles come down that, frankly, really didn't do anything towards the latter half of regulation. And then into overtime, HAN just put pedal to the metal. They put a full frontal assault down on the vehicles of the attack. They positioned themselves on C1 nicely, and they contested with the attackers on C2, but there just wasn't enough bodies for the side of the attack, and therefore, even into double overtime, HAN win it on defense. Crazy stuff here from HAN. They're showing signs of life. 2-1. Still back against the wall. Still match point. Still tourney point for the side of LT. But that is a massive momentum shift for HAN. And they needed it most on the back of the best squad here. Johan, Artyom, RU1B, Chang G1. We knew who was going to be up here. Decent stats. This is probably the worst stats we've seen from the squad, I think, technically speaking. Artyom's still dropping over 40, though.
Yeah, I mean, he always does. You know, engineering-wise, I was hoping that he would be able to, like, carry some of that great value he was finding on the map, like Fault, into the vehicle side of things. But, I mean, to be honest, he didn't really have to. His team, his other engineers, the people who usually get those credits, like the Ilurus and those strike teams, were finding enough value. And Juan's MVP. I mean, 38,000 score and only 16 kills. To be honest, it felt like he had like 100 kills.
Dude, I don't care if his stats said zeros. Wanza is my hero, man.
Yeah.
The MVP Wanza, no question about it.
Why?
The calls he was making, the incredible coin flip calls he was making on sending his vehicle forward to go for a kill, the perfect timing for retakes. This guy is leading his team to victory, and you see the most emotion from him that we've ever seen over the course of the last like 6 matches that they've won. He stood up and was screaming when they held the line against LT.
You didn't even mention, in my opinion, where he found the most value. It was on C2 in the Tank Destroyer.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. He was full sending with the vehicles.
Yeah, but he was just kind of like sitting in there holding the line. Again, I kept mentioning how I was critiquing the LT approach to C2 when they were kind of just running through the doorway and just dying. You can't get revives after you go through a choke point like that, and it was all in the back foot of Wanza. He was also just very well timed, right, coming to the defensive side of things. When giant push, he was actually the one to be the difference maker in that Tank Destroyer to kind of equalize things. So, yeah, I mean, Wanza, again, it feels like only 16 kills. It feels like every single one of those 16 must have been like insane value, where it felt like he got 100. All right, we're going back to Threshold on the next map. They are, of course, going to be switching sides. I will say, this is where me and you start to disagree.
That's correct.
I think that LT win here. You think that HAN win again.
So here's the thing. I'm going to reveal a strategy that I just employed because, of course, I have a ton of influence on the game. I said LT was going to win 3-0 when we were about to go into the game. That was on purpose. That was a caster curse because my predictions have been so bad that I caster cursed them to keep us going so that I could finally get a real prediction right. I'm saying game 5. Here's why. I think this LT roster is in final form, no question about it. But there is something in the back of their mind. We have mostly returners on that roster. There's something in the back of their minds that they did the exact same thing last year in Vietnam. They get all the way to the grand finals, basically undefeated, and then they can't clutch up when they need to win. And here they find themselves one step away from winning. They start up 2-0, and now they feel like their grasp is slipping on this tourney. I'm saying that HAN's able to double down and pick up 2. The coach is on your side. The coach is saying, guys, we're up 2-0. It's fine. We're about to flip over and be defending on Threshold, and we're going to win there. Like, everybody relax. But the players, do you see how upset they were?
Yeah.
It's going to take some mental resilience. I mean, it's a word we use often in warfare, or at least I do, just because that's what it takes. This has been a marathon tournament. You have to be resilient. And when things like this happen, good players are shown to be great when they're able to flip that mental switch and be able to battle right back and pick up a win. I think HAN have so much momentum. They take the win here. We go to map 5.
Dang. All right, we'll have to see what happens. We'll have to see if HAN, can't believe I'm saying this, can pull off a reverse sweep.
Right.
That would be kind of crazy. Also, I would like it to go to map 5 as well, just to kind of see like how these teams, what side they're going to be feeling comfortable on, or what map they want to kind of pick, depending on how priority works. I guess we can kind of talk about it. Well, actually, no, it wouldn't even matter, because, no, we don't even do that.
What do you mean?
I was thinking about the priority side if we go to map 5, but the way it works in the best of 5 is whoever picked up the first 2 wins.
That's right.
So LT would have
LT
priority
already have priority if we go to map 5. Again, we'll talk about that if we get there. We got to get there first. We're swapping sides on Threshold. A couple things we can expect to see. Expect to see Cozbear back now that it's Little Bird up in the heli. Going to see Cozbear back.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. I can't imagine they would change it up any other way. I mean, who else would they put up there? Ghost, maybe? But I don't think they make that sub.
And maybe they just kind of like throw Miang up there again. I don't know.
Yeah. Miang finds so much value on land vehicles. I was blown away to see Miang up there in the jet on Vault, to be honest. So a lot of hypotheticals. We'll see those subs if there's any from both teams. I think there should be maybe one or two, but you never know what could happen with both of these teams. We sometimes just are hypothetical Harrys up here about their roster decisions.
We always are, actually.
Because the only information we have on the way they play their rosters is what we've either been given, what we found out through research, or what we've seen. And all the stuff that we've seen and everything that we had was like, here's what's going to happen on Vault. None of it happened. So HAN is throwing the script out the window and saying, let us cook, Goj. Stop trying to predict. And I like it. So we'll see what they decide to do. Now, I think as we prepare for Threshold, let's talk win cons again, right? HAN have to win. They have to win on the now attacking side. What do they need to do on the attacking side in order to be successful? We know vehicle advantage is the obvious answer. Anything else that comes to mind for the attackers to win this time around, this time as HAN?
You would love to initially, of course, suppress the Lav. I didn't really see any actual real solid attempts from LT except for that one time when they marked it. A couple of lure rockets over the top, but outside of that, I mean, maybe HAN have kind of cooked something up to deal with one of those vehicles. Other than that, man, you just got to kind of win. You just got to outplay.
Yeah. No, I think the helicopter early play is, again, a very important note. We really didn't see LT's heli operator get a ton of value onto the map until finally that Aluru rocket connected. Threshold, if it's completely unconned, it can be real deadly, especially on the B sector. Give you free advantages up onto B1, take control of the wings, push for garage. But I think the heli play is a big one. Now, I do think that the win condition for HAN is going to be somehow take down the land vehicles on C sector. I think what we saw from the defense and what found so much value was once they won the vehicle advantage, it felt like LT had no room to work with. The full send, we saw them be able to win because of the Aluru rocket, and then they had vehicle advantage and they pushed that advantage. We saw how aggressive the defense did with their vehicles at the very end. Maybe they also learned that maybe blowing up C1 isn't too bad. It's not always the right call. I want to be clear about that. But when you can take a 2 capture zone sector down to 1, yes, it's a significant investment, but it takes away the option of tug of war, the defense, the trading of points.
Yeah. Those guided missiles were a little weird from the side of LT. I mean, the initial one had a plan. We did see some kind of find its way into like the connector, the bridges. There it is, by the way, one of the subs coming in. Well, this is the one that we kind of expect from the side of LT.
Yep.
Bitters is going to be leaving. Owens are going to be rejoining. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw Owen, by the way, find himself into that lob. That's kind of what we saw on Fault when they needed somebody to go ahead and be in the driver's seat of that and try to go ahead and keep that aerial vehicle at bay. We'll have to see if we do showcase any substitutes for the side of HAN. That being said, 20 seconds until the players are back on the map, back on Threshold. LT are up 2-1, but they are going to be on the defense. Can they hold HAN?
Talk about all the momentum being cut out from HAN if their heli operator is killed instantly. Like,
nice.
All it takes is one. I'm intentionally saying that so it doesn't happen. Thoughts? Like, my logic is horrible, but I'm making it work.
By the way, no substitutions for the side of HAN. They're feeling comfortable with who they got.
It's Miang, you're right.
And Miang is up in the skies. He's going to be attempting to be the difference for the side of HAN.
All right, to kick things off, Miang taking a nice, chill, not aggressive approach. Playing way back in the back line, not trying to immediately contest the lob. Wansa leading the charge for this team. As per the usual with the tank destroyer, they're working their way to A and immediately throwing this into the neutral zone.
By the way, this is when Artyom drops to 80. I was talking about, take a look at it. He's already got 4. He's already got like 5 or something like that.
They're building for B, dude. I'm telling you, A is completely being sacrificed. Oh, man.
Yeah. No surprise. just denying access to being able to build up some of that score. So again, when we do see an attack on threshold come down to that C sector, just imagine if LT, when they were attacking, had access to like 5 more guided missiles. Yep. You know what I mean? That's pretty much would have been the difference maker there.
All right. A is going to fall here. The attackers complete control of the zone. The defense with a big push, actually. All of their troops being invested on a retake. And mostly the attackers are winning this engagement. It's going to come down to the medics to try to change that. Support operators picking up a decent amount of bodies. But RU-1B just barrel stuffing these support operators, and they are able to take just that. Down goes A. All of the defense dead, who are all respawning around B. I think LT's nervous.
Yeah. Because of everything that you said. The back of their minds, the possibility that they don't win again, that they fall short, that they make it all the way undefeated, and then somehow, some way, even though you feel like you're the better team, even though it feels like you should win, you don't. That's what they're thinking about right now, especially after losing one of the maps to HAN.
A sneaky little respawn beacon inside of the defense. Look, I know what the play is. I know the playbook for the defensive side is to hold B2. Okay, we're finally winning some gunfights, man. I was about to say, LT, let's step up and get a little active here on B1 as well. They almost just full gave it away. But a nice retake and a nice push back. They now have a lot more bodies on the B point. Oh my goodness, huge shot. Now that secondary shotgun is a little strong.
You've heard the word broken.
Nah, not broken. Just strong. So it's a bow shotgun meta right now. Take that for what it may be.
So what's going to be the approach here for HAN? It's a pretty much similar setup from the side of LT on the defense. That lob is going to be all the way in the back trying to suppress that helicopter. They also have that concrete barrier built up. And Wanza on the tank destroyer just kind of playing a little bit passive before he does go on one of these approaches. Wants to make sure he doesn't run into any of the traps, engineers, tank mines, anything like that. So just being careful right now, but everything's pretty much going the plan for both sides. That beacon, by the way, is still alive that we did see on approach. So as soon as Wanza does find himself in a little bit of an extended position, it's going to be 3 or 4 engineers trying to flank and take him out. Keep an eye on it.
Yang not really finding too much value, but defense holding this flank. They know it's super important, like you said, so one is going to fall to a couple players, but Lian, whole squad over there trying to retake it, or at least make this defense hold feel a little bit more viable for the entire sector. The attackers gonna have to think about B1 if they're not careful. Hang was dipping and diving and ducking and dodging.
All right, progress has been made. B1 has been captured, and as a result of that, access to being able to kind of spawn a little bit closer. I'm sure LT will start to go ahead and get moved on out of here, but that being said, they're actually interested in making some sort of an investment here. They want to keep it just a little bit longer. Yang is also trying to find the angles to help out the troops on the ground. This is pretty much the only angle he will ever have access to, but he has to be careful even here. Like, you saw warnings on the screen, missiles incoming, so Blob is obviously finding some value and trying to keep it at bay. But like I mentioned, yeah, because B1 was captured, LT are going to start to get flushed out. This is where we're going to see one of the biggest moments of this hold from the side of LT. Wanza now is going to be forced to play a little bit more forward, and that respawn beacon that has been there for what feels like 5 minutes, right now, sometime soon, is when they should go ahead and send it.
Ian's trying to get this helicopter potentially. If not the heli, oh, looked away at the wrong time.
Dude, that was on himself.
Oh, wait, what? I don't know how that happened. Maybe somebody accidentally, like perfect timing of a bullet, shot the rocket as it was about to come out.
Here they go.
Urgent redeployment from the side of LT. Got to invest here because the attackers are making a move. And speaking of investment, 78 Dog invests Engineer onto a tank. All right. No vehicles for the side of the attack besides the heli.
It was that respawn beacon. That's where they spawned in.
Sneaky, man.
Easy Dog went ahead, instantly spawned in, jumped into the Allura rocket, and one of the other members just hit one of those AT4 shots. All right, on the approach here for HAN towards B2. As of right now, there's an urgent redeployment, so you don't want to push right now. But when they do it, go ahead and approach. If they decide to do it now, they're going to have to do it without a vehicle. By the way, Tin Man is looking for that beacon. He's like, how the heck did they spawn there, man? Where are they at? Dude, good luck finding that thing.
Like I said that we had seen all the meta strategies out of Threshold. I haven't seen that one. I have not seen that beacon before.
A lot of revives coming in for the side of HAN, so good to see that they are still sticking to the strategy, staying composed and doing what is required. DN almost made it happen right now, but he's going to be flushed out. It's going to be a small win. Again, HAN are kind of interested in just flushing out some of these flank locations from the side of LT. Some of those other sneaky respawn beacons. Also, this is a crazy build from the side of the attack. And now the influx of vehicles for the side of LT. Can HAN kind of make something happen before they all touch down and before they gain access to that garage? There's big flush coming in.
Big push that is super reliant on these support operators to pick up revives. And you actually see many of the HAN members are swinging out the backside of B2 to cut off the reinforcements as they move their way forward. Unluckily, there's a bunch of vehicles. So with the vehicles in tow, it's going to be tough to break those down right as they rotate over to B. Cranberry fighting for his life.
Wow.
Stacks fighting for their lives. They're finally cut down the route man. They keep that AA gun up. 78 Dog able to stay alive as well. LT doing a good job right now of dismantling the attacking play, slowing things down here on the B sector. That was a ton of respawns. 137 lives is still plenty. We are starting to get to a point, if we don't pick up these revives and we start working our way to double digits, we may be having an issue.
Wanzo was just getting very, very loud in the comms, by the way. There was some passion behind them. All right, finally HAN have regained access to that tank destroyer that Wanzo initially lost, which is why we kind of talked about that initial one being such a important one, right? Losing it pretty much denied your attack onto B2 and allowed LT to kind of wait long enough to where they gained access to those vehicles. By the way, this big push from 78 Dog is going to flush out the entirety of the attack.
Nice play. I also like that AA build. It's so fun watching comp evolve and change as things are added into the game and we progress through the seasonal patches. We're only a couple behind. Well, actually, I think only one behind at this point with this newest patch that we're on. But the ability to build with these engineers in the commander squad is just actually a difference maker. Like, that AA gun is putting so much pressure on this lane, and it literally just has to look straight. Like, it doesn't have to aim at all. Just shoot straight. And if a vehicle shows up, get as much damage down before you die. One little nuanced strategy, but D1 still contested 120 lives now, so that was about 15 or so. Nearly the full team of HAN having to go to respawn a couple more times. Going to be around where LT captured last time. Apparently, LT didn't have enough juice with 160 lives. You'd like to have max. To have max, you need a cap like right this second.
Yeah, LT are looking very, very good right now. They have a sneaky beacon of their own, but I keep watching out for that initial LT beacon, right? You can see it over there on the left side. It's still up there above that garage entrance. So it's just always there for them to use. And especially now that we're starting to enter a point in the game where vehicles are starting to spawn more for the side of the attack, the more and more that beacon is going to become valuable because they're going to be able to just keep using it over and over and over again. Take out, who knows, 1, 2, 3, 4 vehicles maybe.
Yeah, it's a nice little, like, not even safety net, but a nice little, like, sneaky play, I guess. Something I can come up with. Desperate push if they need it.
This is the setup that HAN have to attack, by the way. 4 vehicles in the garage.
Yeah, and you know, the other thing worth mentioning here is that yes, score is racking up for the attack, but score is definitely racking up for the defense. And they've called in, now they have a huge vehicle advantage. They've called in several vehicles, and those vehicles are so safe that they're not going to use score for vehicles much more. So they're just going to be like slow building this score.
Oh my gosh, dude. The biggest mistake I have maybe seen all week. PZ Dog just respawned on that beacon up there right in front of Sarah Jin.
They spotted it.
And he's like, wait, how did you just do that? I know there's a beacon up there. And just started shooting tank shots and found it.
Dang.
Why? Why not wait until the vehicles push through that garage?
Yeah, maybe didn't have like, I mean, they had info. There's no way they didn't have info there. Hey, yo, TL.
Dude.
1, 2, 3. How many can you get?
The crowd was with him there.
That's the first individual that's gotten a lot of crowd work. Get some more individual POVs. I want to see some people pop off, man. This is grand finals after all. This is turning point after all for the side of LT if they hold here. And so far, so good. Doing a really strong job on the B sector. Did Hang get back up here again? Okay. They know to look.
Dude, what are these spots? Shout out to LT, man, making it interesting. Trying to go ahead and employ some crazy things to give them such a big leg up. But even without little strategies like that, I mean, still, HAN have to go ahead and flush out the entirety of this garage. That respawn beacon right there off to the left side. We were talking about the respawn beacon. Why don't we talk about the tank destroyer going down for the side of HAN? Over on the side of LT, they're trying to get active with their assault vehicle. It is going to be a little bit of a loss for the side of LT, but nothing to worry about, as they still do have access to 4 other vehicles. And if they do require it, this gun station on the point as well. Miang is trying to find the angles necessary to help out the boots on the ground, but I mean, there's nobody there.
Look how much firepower they're able to just spam down the lane. Like, I don't really know what you do about that besides full send when you have enough vehicles to be able to do so. Miang's finally finding a little bit of value. Only 9 kills, though.
I like this, though, from HAN. I mean, they've actually flushed out the first couple of corridors, so yeah, the entire side of LT is actually forced to the backside over here.
There we go.
And Wanza is fully aware of that. He poked the Lav into the angle right now. Now Owen from all the way across the map is going to try to find value with the Allure rocket. I actually saw a couple of more rockets go ahead and land onto the other side of the tank. That's going to be Sarajin on heavy fire. It's currently 50% HP, but take a look at the B2 point. It's currently under heavy pressure. Berger is trying to hold off some of the flanks over here, but I'm taking a look at the feed. There are so many kills going back and forth. I think LT are going to defend this with ease.
The port player's dream playing inside of B2. Urgent redeployment coming in from 78 Dog just to make sure they're able to resupply, get everybody back onto the point, and not allow a push to come through. So much firepower just being invested without a care in the world. Just spam it down lane. It's gonna find damage. Sarajin and Wuhan picking up a couple whenever they poke their heads in, but they're taking quite a bit of damage when they do. And they've got to get either the AA gun down, they got to get maybe this tank down. Finally, at least the gunner in the AA goes down. Okay, there it goes. Good grief. Okay.
Uh-oh, here we go. A big push all the way through B2, maybe a little bit of an overextension. On the backside over here, the Lavs are still active, and yes, they're going to go ahead and find the shot necessary to take that one out from the side of HAN. Some of the reinforcements are now going to join the fray. One of the Lavs goes down from the side of the defense, but take a look at B2 point. It's about 90% of the way captured. The flood is coming in. There's a respawn beacon onto the point. It's going to add an influx of soldiers, boots on the ground for the side of LT. The defense is trying to make something happen, and so is 78 Dog. He is absolutely taking out all of the attack.
Great job from 78 Dog to full send there. We talk about Wanza taking chances, 78 Dog's taking chances of his own. Investing a full tank for that play, if it's a miss, could be a huge frustration point moving into the C sector, but it was a make. He finally goes down. Take a look at the vehicle trades, though. You still see 3 on the side of LT, 2 technically on the side of HAN with the helicopter that's doing minimal damage. One of those vehicles for LT is an assault vehicle, so not going to find crazy value with it, but nice for respawns, nice for keeping people onto the point. Well played by LT and a great hold. We now can start to sense a bit of danger for HAN, not only because of Sarajin's health bar, because of those lives. At 81 total, folks, getting to a point, starting to get urgent. We know that the C sector is difficult. It takes quite a few lives to work your way through a 2-zone capture sector.
assault vehicle is actually finding super value as well. It was cutting down some of the flankers that would have otherwise probably made the difference. B2 is not fully in the hands of anybody just yet, but it is quickly going into the hands of the defense. 009 still trying to make something happen, and yep, I mean, it's just the same story. Every single time one of the vehicles go down, the defense holds and they wait for the reinforcements to come in. 4 vehicles, by the way, for the side of LT in terms of vehicles on the ground, only 2 for the side of HAN.
Firepower, a lot to deal with inside the attack. Stalemate of B2 is a tale as old as time at this point on Threshold. We're seeing it in full display right now. The attackers have done a great job of getting so many revives just outside of the doorway where they fall over and over and over again. I think a play of desperation here from the attack may be in order. Wanza, once full healthy, which he is now, could full send maybe and pray that he gets the value that he needs to outnumber his opponents. They currently outnumber them.
Oh,
and
wow.
currently HAN's winning the gunfights.
Oh, wow.
You're going to see a big investment from LT, and LT, 009 just picked up 8 players with a single shot, but he gets killed for it. Is that enough? Is there enough room for HAN to make a play? No, because they're all dead. Nobody's picking up a revive there. It's worth it. It's trades, but it's worth it. 67 lives and all green on the point. But a team respawn beacon has been placed down. You're going to see a lot of revives come through and therefore a lot of lives lost. But it could be enough to take the B sector. The attackers have a foothold. They need to take full advantage of it. Where are your infantry? They outnumber, and green's throwing B1 into jeopardy.
Yeah, they're trying to make something happen on tug of war. The entire respawn beacon, the entire team is going to go ahead and make something happen over here. The vehicles could go ahead and try to deny this. It's going to be Wanza trying to make the difference. The lob, the helicopter is going to start to find value as well. But I don't see a lot of kills going to the side of HAN. Yes, there is now a couple, but
nice
I think
Hoodoo.
the difference has been made. LT capturing so much of B1, but oh my gosh, there you go. Yes, Hoodoo finding so many of the kills. Onto the point they go. HAN, have they done enough?
Where's the D? They're deep respawning. I'm gonna try to sneak into B2 and against this vehicle. This feels like a matter of time. A lot of lives spent on this B sector, but it feels like HAN have it, finally. A team strategic respawn beacon. Maybe this was the play. Yes, it was. Everybody was waiting on the respawn. 6 come through before it gets obliterated, but they all die. They all die to Hoodoo, who is going gigantic in the vehicles. We move to the C sector, folks. Barely over 100 lives. Is 108 enough for HAN to force us to game 5?
Is this where Miang finally finds some value? You could see upon initial approach, trying to take out that bridge, does so successfully. So it's going to make some of the rotates a little bit more difficult. Now a big difference between the 2 approaches, right? Where an LT made initial approach, they had 0 because their attack went so fast. HAN, it took them a little bit longer, but now they have 2 guided missiles for this initial approach. And by the way, great position up here above some of the cranes as well. That's going to play into their hand.
These vehicles will land, which is great news if you're LT fans, because there was a vehicle advantage for the push up to the C sector. Sometimes you can see a nice hold at this line. You see where the defensive line is at. Sometimes the defense can actually hold the line for the attacking team coming out of the B sector transitioning to C. To do that, though, you usually have to control vehicles. You usually have to control the crane, and the attackers immediately, HAN, know that, so they put people up into the crane to control high ground, thin the herd, and allow their team to push forward and actually start playing for some of these objectives. Nice job. A small moment because all the teams know the win cons for this transition, but still a moment worth highlighting for HAN. They're doing everything right to be able to play for the C sector.
By the way, I feel like Miang has done a fantastic job. I mean, we haven't seen any crazy plays, but he has 20 kills, which I do believe is actually more than Drzici was able to find on the other side of things. So great work so far, and these angles that he's currently finding have been the best all game.
Yeah, I mean, he had 10 like 2 minutes ago. I think it was literally just that last push.
Yeah.
He was able to help Hoodoo out, pick up some of those kills. They wiped all of the defense. It is still turning point for LT. They just have to hold for 96 now lives, and well, that'll do. A great play with a couple guided missiles. Our Allura rockets sometimes hit like guided missiles. My goodness, a lot of damage lands, and now a huge vehicle advantage for the side of the defense, including some lobs to be able to keep this heli at bay still. It's got to play peekaboo over these pipes on top of the ridge.
We do see the tank destroyer from 009 on the other side of things. When they were attacking, they had one up here, but on the defense, they're also interested in keeping one up here. So this is going to be very, very difficult to deal with. You might want to think about investing one of those guided missiles on the C1. It would help you in the long term in terms of just destroying the point, but it would also potentially help in destroying one of these vehicles if they don't go ahead and predict it and get off.
Yeah, I feel like especially if the defense decides to invest a ton of energy and resources into holding C1, I would blow that thing up. But we'll see what they decide to do. We saw a quick look there in the feed of RBN, the folks that traveled all the way over from the EMEA region, who I'm not sure who they're cheering on right now, but they are cheering nonetheless. It's been such an incredible tournament, 5 days of competition, leading to potentially this moment and this map. Everybody waiting with bated breath to see what HAN can pull out of a hat. What magic trick can they do this time? Are they out of tricks? Having to work their way through the C sector. They have marked C1 for the cap. Doesn't look like they're going to get that. So a missed opportunity for some extra score, and they've also marked what looks like a lob for death. A strike team from HAN trying to make a play for the backline of the vehicles. Miang is trying to get some damage down on a tank that's falling from the skies. This one should land.
Yeah, they are getting quite the armory back here behind C2 point. A lot of vehicles waiting at bay. This is something that we kind of saw from the defensive side of HAN, and if that tells a story of anything, that this might be enough. Now, Saragen, yes, is going to call in one of those guided missiles, and Wan's is going to start to get active with the tank destroyer. There is a lob on this point as well to go ahead and match it. There are also a couple of Virons. Magnetic bombs are going to land. I think it was only one of them. Wan's is going to be fine. Where's this guided missile going to land? It's going to land on the back foot of C2. It's only going to find the NDN, and some of the vehicles just barely escape. But take a look at C2. It is in complete control of the side of HAN.
Yeah, that was a great play and a solid guided missile attempt. That was just a foot or two off from taking down at least one vehicle, and only a couple meters off from taking down two, but we're going to get really aggressive here. It looks like maybe Wanza in trouble. This 009 is trying to put on the pressure right now. Wanza sticking the point. They want C2, not C1. That does give me a moment to consider what they could do potentially with C1. Keep bringing up the destruction of it, but it's also just frankly an easier zone to capture. HAN getting C2 now is actually great news for them. Look at all these defensive vehicles. They're trying to decide how much we want to invest on this push or if we want to wait for the next.
Look at the angle all the way off the distance Niang has right now. He's actually repositioned. He can see all of these vehicles, and he can see all of the rotations from the natural spawn of LT over towards both of these points. So potential to find incredible value right now. But like you mentioned, C1 potentially an easier point to capture. Saragen and the tank is actually shifted over towards this way. They might start to make a big push, but it seems like both sides have kind of relaxed a little bit. But 78 Dog is actually going to find one of the tanks that was playing seemingly a little passive. Even passive can't do you, and Wanza is going to be very, very active. He's getting ran down.
They're pushing their vehicle advantage, sending the house and chasing Wanza down.
Oh my gosh, can he get away?
No way. Nice job, 78 Dog. Able to find the action, find the angles. Now he's starting to look a little bit grim for HAN. It felt close. It felt like maybe just a hair too few lives for HAN to utilize to capture an entire C sector.
Oh no.
And now that they don't have the vehicle advantage, it is a slaughter. It is all green in the kill feed. And our heli did get a little bit weak as well. If this heli would have fallen, that might have been it, and it still might be it. 54 lives left and complete recontrol by LT, folks. Wanza making some calls right now and a little frustrated and telling his team we can slow way down. We need to stall things out for a little while. think the call is, what do we do with these missiles, or do we just invest all of our score in getting our vehicles back? No reason to rush right now.
Yeah, unfortunately lost C2. That was a great win for them. They had full control of it, but just a great answer from LT. As soon as they took out that tank on the backside, they just full pushed, flushed Wanza out. I wonder why he left the security of C2, right? I mean, I felt like he was so safe in there for quite some time. Miang has returned back to this angle that he's found a lot of value from so far, but actually has been suppressed. I mean, I mentioned it on approach to C. He had 20 kills. He's on 21.
I know.
He's only found 1.
Got some assists, just harrying people down on the ground, but he can't afford to die. If he dies, you basically get a full free vehicle for the side of the defense that can cause so much more damage. Look at the defense. They're getting so aggressive, trying to thin the herd of the attackers, even just working their way to the C sector. I mean, if you were to take this exact game state, win HAN, capture the B sector, I would say there's absolutely no way HAN could win. And that's essentially where we find ourselves. It's a complete reset, and LT have every advantage.
Full reset though. Sarajin has called in another tank after the last one got destroyed. There is a respawn beacon down though that could cause havoc if nobody finds it, and they're going the opposite way. So that one's definitely going to be coming into play very, very shortly, I would imagine as well. Wanza, yep, back in the lob. But yeah, the defense is actually finding themselves in quite some strong positions. But HAN are aware of that. They're fighting for the crane right now. Great win there for the side of HAN. All right, they flushed out one of these strong points, but this respawn beacon, I can almost guarantee you, it's the PZ Dog respawn beacon. So keep a close eye on that. It's constantly finding weird spots. Actually, no, it's going to be the Hang. The Hang respawn beacon. Maybe Jappy has the awareness. He just saw Hang spawn in on that. Please, you got to find it.
Flanking squad could pop up in there and take down one of the few vehicles that the attackers still have to utilize. You're going to see a lot of support operators on the map right now. Look at that. I mean, on your screen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to like 7 players out there. Got to stay alive. 42 lives. And Blake, one of the best support operators in the game. Carr. Those two always are putting up crazy revive numbers. I don't see the window of opportunity open right now for HAN. They gotta either pull a hero strike team play, full send early that they could potentially make one more after it, and they're gonna send a guided missile. Now this one, what do you think? Vehicle prediction spot, or are we just hitting C1 for at least some room to play the game?
I think it's gonna be a vehicle prediction spot. Then it's somewhere behind a couple of the points. If you predict all the way back here, I mean, I'll tip my hat, but just kind of sends it in the middle. Doesn't find anything. And there it is. Hang spawns in, but there are no engineers to go ahead and follow. But there are Allura rockets to follow.
Yep. Got him low for a moment. EMP'd him a little bit. Took him to a moment where the Allura rockets could land, but not quite enough damage to kill it. A nice play.
I still think the beacon's alive, by the way. That Hang just used to spawn there.
Okay, another one. There's a chance these are landing close enough to do damage on the C1. Felt like it was a little off. It felt like landing in the breach area was looking for vehicles, not necessarily doing damage. Maybe it was a little bit of both.
We're pushing.
We'll see. A big push here from the attackers. They want to force this fight, and they send it on the backside. It does pick up 2. They send it on the backside of C1. Decent amount of damage there as well. Miang's going to keep calling them in. They want C1 down, and they want these players down. Look at all of those revives. It is almost all support operators for the side of the attack, because it has to be the guided missile from the defense. Where's this one landing? It's going to land over at C1. Try to get some action. It only gets 1 player. Jappy goes down, and the missile on the backside finds it. Miang picks up 1, 2, 3, 4. That is a lob down. Great prediction think the defense were getting a hair comfortable with their missile landing on the north side of C1. Maybe thought they were safe, or just a brief lapse of judgment.
I also just saw that ATN were calling in one of their vehicles after they did just lose it with that full send. So this is a good reset for them. A potential leg up. Sarah Jin is actually trying to go ahead and pepper down one of the vehicles that's spawning in from up top. But TLMS is going to be calling in a guided missile.
Oh,
the lob is found from Sarah Jin whilst it was midair. There are only one guided missile left for each one of the sides after this one does land. This one could land and find incredible value if it's going to land on C1. Take a look at how many members of boots on the ground. I think they're going to go ahead and flush out in time, though. Only one is found. So not too bad. Couple of vehicles still left aside for the side of LT, but because this defensive guided missile landed on C1, it's going to be destroyed.
I mean, listen, I think that's a mistake. That felt like a big mistake. Maybe I will stand corrected here in a moment. There's only 30 lives. And now LT, I guess, only have to focus on one building, but a defensive missile on top of C1 was an interesting play. Now we see where the defense will stand. They will stand on C2, sit here, and keep fighting. C1 not fully gone, but it is crumbled to oblivion. And now the attackers can drive their tanks in. They can do whatever they want over there on C1. But the revives are coming through. Sorry, the lack of revives. The respawns. Look at the total amount of lives that HAN just dropped to. They have one more push. They need overtime. And look at where Green is. They've got full control. Hang is on the back line. But I'm paying attention to the zone.
They're trying to make something happen. The Allure Rockets are going to follow this one. Sarah Jin in the tank. Not under heavy fire, but the Rockets are trying to find their way to connect. A lot of work to do still for the side of HAN, but it looks like LT have done all of the work that has been required of them. There's going to be a Hail Mary of a guided missile landing and about 10 tickets for the side of HAN. I have no idea where you could possibly land this to find enough value to go ahead and win in the C sector with just 10 lives remaining. It's going to land very, very soon. Take a look at the feed. Chang Ji1 is going to be calling that one in. It only finds one. From the side of the defense, they land a guided missile right onto C1, which is still being contested by the side of the defense.
This feels like the end. HAN need a miracle. And they're reviving everybody out in the open. If this defensive missile lands right here on top of these red players, they have plenty of info to know that it can. This could be the final nail in the coffin. That's exactly where they send it. Don't see a ton of value, only one player. But folks, LT have been undefeated in this entire tournament. Your hometown team, they lose a map, but they have won every match they've had their hands on. They felt like the best team. On paper, they were top seed. HAN was sniffing an upset. LT are in complete control over the ruined C1, over the intact C2, and in complete control of this game.
Miang trying to make something happen from the skies. HAN know the goal, just full reset. You cannot let anything happen. LT are going to go on the aggression. They're actually trying to make something happen themselves. 009 is in the mix over there on the engineer. The guided missile is going to land. Where is it going to land? Potentially right on top of these couple of vehicles. It is sent all the way back, and that is exactly where it lands. That is it. One big, giant nail and hammer to be used on a coffin that's got HAN written all over it.
Too many dead, folks. This is it. The Hail Mary's coming in. Miang full standing with the helicopter. This is the last push, and it comes down to a single squad. Everybody else on respawn. It's just a matter of time, and while we wait, we have to sing the praises of what this LT team has been able to accomplish. This is the last chance to force us into overtime. They drop the troops over the top right on 78 Dog's head, but the commander answers back by slaughtering them all. LT cool, calm, and collected even kill the helicopter. LT have wiped the map of HAN. And they are going to win this competition on Threshold in Game 4. Sarah Jin falls. The helicopter falls. And the hopes of HAN will fall finally. LT, your champions of Dfiw 2026.
A completely different approach in terms of facial expressions for the side of LT than we just saw about 40 minutes ago. Finally, they have secured the victory. They take down HAN and they remain undefeated.
You have to be proud of what HAN was able to accomplish, but you have to be in awe of the team that LT brought this year. Under a new commander, they've done it. They've made their way to the stage. They've battled through 5 days of competition, and they are the last team standing, folks. HAN, your champions. That's all from us. Unbelievable.
Congratulations again to LT for winning the 2026 Delta Force Invitational Warfare Global Grand Finals.
哪怕战局坎坷，哪怕身处逆风，他们始
Although
终
they
脚
are so
踏荆棘
difficult,
之路，
although in the
从
tough
不枯萎
situation,
冲破
they
所
kept
有的
pushing
阻碍
forward through every obstacle.
今天他们终于
They
站上
have
巅
finally
峰，为
reached
战
the
队的荣
summit
誉史
and
册
written a
写下了
brilliant
最
new
滚烫
chapter
也
in
最
their
耀眼的
team's
全新篇章。
history.
接下来，让我们有请
Now
三
let's
角洲行
welcome
动制
Delta
作人
Force Game
Shadow
Director
先生为
Mr.
冠
Shadow
军
to
战队
present the
颁发
championship
冠
medals
军奖牌。
to the winning team, LT. They started from passion and turned every corner of the battlefield into the stage to prove their talent. Every step along the way counted, and every drop of sweat became the confidence behind this championship moment. Today, we witnessed the birth of the 2026 Delta Force Invitational Warfare Global Champion. This medal is the ultimate honor of the strongest ones, and the highest honor for them.
感谢 Shadow 先生，请移
Thank you,
步台
Mr.
下
Shadow.
继续观
Please
礼。
take a seat
那
and
接下
continue
来
enjoying
到
the
了
ceremony.
和各位冠军们
Now
对
it's
话
time
的
to
时刻
talk
有请
to
龙
our
腾的战队
champions.
指挥官，
Please
各位小
welcome
队
the
长、
commander,
教
the
练
four squad
来
leaders,
向
and
前
the
步来
coach
到
of
舞台中央
LT to step forward to the center of the stage.
再次把掌声给到他们，好不好？
Again, congratulations.
第一个问题，先问一下
The first question is for 78 Dog. As the commander,
1个月的队伍就
you
摘
have
得了桂
led
冠
this
在
team,
中
which is
国武
only
汉的主
built
场
for
腾
1
出了荣
month,
光
and you
前
are
成龙指挥官
gaining again your honor in
他看到
Wuhan.
了一支最强的
And
队伍，
78
你们
Pet
每
has
个
said
人都
that
在为
he
自
is
己的
seen
梦
as
想
the
而努力。
strongest team,
那
and
此时
all
此
of
刻
you are
梦
fighting
想
for your
成
dream,
为现
right?
实了，有什
And
么
now
话
your
想要
dream
对
has
自己
come
对
true.
队友和
What
一直以来支持你的人
now
说
do
的
you
吗
want to say to the one that have been
先跟
supporting
猫说
you?
一句，去年
First of all, I want to
你们
say
没有
to
赢，今年我们替你
Mr.
们赢回来
Cat,
了。
last year your dream didn't come true, but now I made it come true.
为我们自己说一句
I say something to myself,
20多个人
to ourselves.
，25加教练26，再加 KK 27个人，我
We
们27个人是最棒的。
the total number of us
是
is
最棒的，
27, and all
回
of
来了
ours，
一
are
切
gold.
都回来了。接下来让我把话筒给
Every
到
step
点点。
counted. Everything we have earned back.
你是龙腾
Now let's
初
ask
代
something
的
to
舰队元老
Dian
之一嘛。
You're one
在
of the
去年
founding
同样
members of
炎热
Longteng,
的
right?
河内
Last
你经历
year,
过
in
一
the
些疾苦
scorching
对
heat
吧
of
那
Hanoi,
这半
Vietnam,
年
you
之来
experienced the
你的
pain of
队员
defeat
来来去
over the
去
past 6
有所
months.
变化。那想
Despite
问一下，你
roster
选择坚
changes,
守
you
的
chose to
原因是什
stay
么？
and
这
fight
是
again.
如此坚不可摧的勇气
Why
和
did you
信念
make
吗？
that decision?
是的，因为
Yes,
去
exactly.
年在
Because
越南
in
失
the last
利之
year
后，
in Vietnam,
我
we
们
were
心里只有
defeated,
一件事，就是将
and we were only thinking
下一
of
次的
one
冠
goal,
军拿回来。
which is
各位，他
we
们做
will
到了
earn the
吗？
next championship back. Did they do it?
谢
Yes.
谢。接下来让我们把话
Thank
筒给
you.
到阿斯莫德。
Now let's
在采
interview
访的时候，你
Asmod.
提到只有直视过去，才能放眼未
In
来。
your interview,
从
you
最早
said
的
that
ACL 的反宰小队，
only based on the
到
past
越南
can
的
we
支
gain
援
the
医生
future.
再到今天的全能步战，你一直为团队
Today,
不断的
you
去
have
调整自己
become
的角色和功能。现在在武
more
汉的主场，
functional, more
你终于捧起
comprehensively
了这一座冠军的奖杯
capable.
我相信
And
对你
now
个人
you
来
earned
说，
yourself
这
this
一场夺
championship
冠之路
medal.
上一定有非
For
常多的
yourself
故事想和大家
individually.
分享吧。
What do you want to share to our audiences?
千言万语还是回到了我们现在临色
I
在
think
临近似的雨。
all of those
其
things
实
should be
过程不
dated
重要，
back
结果是最重要
to
的。
today's
结果是最重要的，
championship.
结果就是那个
I think
冠军奖杯。好，接下
every
来让我
step
把
counted.
话筒传递给杰哥。看到杰哥刚才眼中饱含了一些泪水啊，想问一下这些泪水
I
背后
saw
会
that
是什么样的
you
故事呢？
were crying right now.
首先
And
我要
why did
感
you do
谢
that?
我们龙
First of
腾
all, I
这
want
群可爱的
to
孩子们能
thank
选择我们，选择我的
LT
阵营。
teammates
然后
to
我要
choose
感谢
my team.
龙腾1.0的兄弟们
And I，want
像蒋少、
to thank
不练腿等16位
LT
一代的成员。
1.0
然后感谢
teammates
大战场生态为我们支持兄
for supporting
弟
us，
像 KK、
Thank you
七八猫、天星森林
78 cats.
天星空想森林等，还有
Thank you
堂主这些支持我们大战场的人。
Coaches，
然后
Thank you
我还要感谢巨星、勾叉机，然后白沙 K 正，还有
白沙
飘柔。
K 正
还有老干爹
飘柔
5位俱乐部对我们的阵容的支持。
And
然
other
后
clubs,
我想跟
thank you for supporting
屏
our
幕前
club.
所有的
And
大
I
战
want
场的
to
粉
say
丝
one thing
以及现
to
场
all
所
the
有
fans
的
that have
观
been
众
supporting
以
us
及所有国
online
服玩家说一
and
句话
physically.：
我们
And
做
all
到
players
了
of Delta！
国服
Force,
赛区
we
是
did it.
第一赛区。
We did it. We are the top one.
谢
Oh,
谢
Delta Force Invitational.
谢谢杰哥。
Thank you.
UQYY，你是
Thank you.
队
Thank you for
内深
sharing.
耕全面战场3000多小时的专精选
You
手。
have been playing more than
曾经的采访当中
3,000
你也
hours
说到
of
想
this
证明自己
warfare mode.
想和并肩的队友
And
一起
you
登顶，
previously
一起
said that you
迎金
wanted
色
to
的
prove
月
for yourself
现
and
在
to
你们已经
earn
站在
championship
世
with
界
your
之巅了
teammates together, and
心
now
中
you're
最想说的
standing
一
on
句
the
话
top
会
of
是
the
什么
world.
呢？
What do you want to say the most?
感觉像是在做梦一样。
I think I feel like dreaming.
兄弟们，告诉他是不是在做梦？不
Everybody
是，对不
tells
对
him this is not a dream. This is real.
感觉这一路走来
I feel like
真挺不容易的。
I worked so hard throughout all the way to this championship.
没事，
It's okay.
把掌声给到 UKYY。
Please give our applause to him again.
最后，恒，你
Last
曾
but
经
not
提到
least,
这是一个部
Mr.
队
Heng,
协同的游戏，
you said that
唯有
this is a
凝聚
game
成
of
完整的
coordination
团
between
队
infantry
才
and
能冲
vehicles.
破战场的
Only
所
if
有
we
阻
are
碍。
coordinated
你作为队内
can
反
we
载输出的中
handle
坚力
the
量，也是
difficulties
龙腾的
together.
新鲜血液。这
And
次
this
夺
is
冠
why
对你来说有什么样的
LT
特
can
殊的
win.
含义呢？
What does this championship mean to you today?
跟7、8狗，包括我们之前在
When we founded this game, when we fought together with 7-8 Dog and other teammates,
我们的支持。
I think the support,
KK、猫少，包括去年老腾龙的人对我们所有的支持，我们怀揣
all
着
of
他
our
们的
members
信
and
念
previous members
来到这个舞台
are so important for us to stand on this
并没
stage,
有让他们失望，
and
拿到了这
we
个冠
didn't
军。
let them
感
down.
觉就是
We earned ourselves this championship.
感谢，千言万语只有感谢2个字。
感谢
All
所
that
有
I
支
can
持
say is
龙
thank
腾
you
的
so
粉丝们
much.
感谢你
Thank
们
you,
唯有
the
坚不
fans
可
that
摧
have
者
been supporting
方
our
可
team.
逆流问鼎，潜龙
Thank
出
you.
渊，腾啸四海。让我们再一次喊出冠军的名字，他们是。
Let's say the name of champion again.
他们是
They are.
再一次恭喜龙腾斩获2026三角洲行动全面战场国际邀请赛全球总冠军。现在，请冠军战队的全体队员以及工作人员再次高举冠军奖杯。
Hold the medal again.
I will not accept defeat. I'm the champion, I'm the king. Listen to the victory sing. So invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence. I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside of the pain.
...2026三角洲行动全面战场国际邀请赛总决赛圆满结束。Now the grand finals of 2026 Delta Force Invitational Warfare comes to an end。各位干员们，让我们下次再见。
I'm shifting me. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence. I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside of the pain. Unbreakable, unshakeable. Oh, oh. Unbreakable, unshakeable. Oh, oh. I walk on fire, I don't get burned. A lesson that the world has learned. My skin is steel, my will is stone. I'm standing on this violent throne. No looking back, no turning round. I'm rising up from off the ground. The scars I bear are trophies now. I never break, I never bow. So high, watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence. I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside of me. Unbreakable, unshakeable. Oh, 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 oh. the champion, I'm the king. Listen to the victory sing. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm. Breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the pain. Unbreakable, unshakeable. My life, they told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest. The beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. Learn my skin is steel, my will is stone. I'm standing on this violent throne. No looking back, no turning round. I'm rising up from off the ground. The scars I bear are trophies now. I never break, I'll never bow. So high, watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. I will not accept defeat. I'm the champion, I'm the king. Listen to the victory sing. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm. Breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the pain. Unbreakable, unshakeable. My life, they told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest. The beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to blow